Chapter 1360. 4 days ago. Yang Kai raised his brow. 4 days ago. Wasn't there a great change in fallen Emperor Mountain, and the Emperor Garden appearing? Why had Yang Yin suddenly fainted at that time? What was the relationship between the two? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were a bit too inexplicable. Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden were both related to the great emperors of Star Field, so they had nothing to do with Yang inflammation. So how could they be related? Yang Kai, what happened to her? Wuyi asked worriedly, her pretty face filled with concern. I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Have Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder How come to investigate? But the two foreign elders are also helpless about this. Should we send her to Medicine Pill Sect and let the people there take a look? Wuyi bit her thin lip lightly and proposed. Although Medicine Pill Sect was famous on Shadowed Star for its alchemy skills, their understanding of medicine was also extraordinary. If they sent Yang inflammation to them, perhaps they would be able to find some clues. Wuyi had this idea before, but Yang Kai hadn't returned yet, so she couldn't make a decision. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention the delay. Even if we sent her there, we may not be able to invite an elder to act. Then what should we do? Wuyi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was always in retreat, often going out for adventures. She was the one who got along best with Yang inflammation. So now that she saw Yang inflammation suffer such a disaster, and was helpless to do anything about it, she was naturally anxious. Don't worry, I'll try to find the cause. Yang Kai comforted her and explained casually. I just checked her knowledge C and found that there's nothing wrong with her body, but since she's unconscious, something must have happened to her knowledge C. As long as I can break into her knowledge C and take a look, I'll be able to find the cause. Then be careful, don't hurt her. I understand. You can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other, before walking out with worried expressions. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were left in the room. Glancing at Yang Inflammation, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He reached out and helped her up, sitting cross-legged facing him. Then he slowly pointed a finger and touched her smooth forehead. Immediately, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy burst out, pouring into Yang Yin Yen. At this moment, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state, so her knowledge C was automatically sealed off. If he wanted to break into her knowledge C, he would have to break through her knowledge C's defenses. Doing so might cause some damage to Yang Inflammation, but Yang Kai was confident in his own methods, so he wasn't worried about this. After all, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's soul cultivation had far surpassed his cultivation realm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's soul avatar broke free and directly arrived in front of a barrier. This barrier was Yang Inflammation's knowledge C's defenses. At a glance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Yang Inflammation's defenses would be so strong even in a coma. It was like the thick walls of an impregnable city, blocking in front of him and preventing him from taking a single step forward. Not only that, but the runes on the wall also flowed, making it look extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He found that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability. Since meeting this woman, Yang Kai had never been able to guess her true cultivation, and had never taken the initiative to ask. Previously, Yang Kai thought that she carried some kind of special artifact on her that prevented others from prying. But now it seemed that her cultivation realm was much higher than he had expected. Sure enough, she was an enigmatic woman. Yang Kai was not surprised and instead rejoiced. Looking at the thick barrier, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and in the next moment, his divine sense burst out, forming a powerful soul attack that struck the barrier. The runes on the wall flickered, and Yang Kai's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he couldn't help increasing the intensity of his attacks, bombarding the barrier. Throughout the process, Yang Kai was extremely careful. Not only did he have to ensure that his attacks were effective, but he also had to control his strength, so that after breaking the barrier, Yang inflammation would not be harmed. The difficulty of the process was not worth mentioning to outsiders. The runes on the wall constantly flickered, and strange runes flew out from the wall to meet Yang Kai's divine sense attacks and offset them. However, Yang inflammation was in a comatose state after all, so even though this autonomously formed knowledge sea defense was not weak, it could not withstand Yang Kai's continuous attacks. After an hour, Yang Kai finally tore a hole in the wall-like barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush into Yang inflammation's knowledge sea when suddenly 3 rays of light flew out from the hole. One was purple, one was white and flawless, and the last was as blue as the sky. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he instinctively perceived a great danger approaching. It seemed that if he did not withdraw his soul avatar, he would encounter a disaster in the next moment. So he hurriedly retreated. Fixing his eyes again, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little dumbfounded. The 3 rays of light turned out to be 3 artifacts of different shapes. The purple one was a dagger-like artifact that twisted and transformed into the shape of a fanged snake, constantly flicking its forked tongue at Yang Kai, giving it a ferocious appearance. The pure white item was a circle that seemed to be made of white jade. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, and there was a frightening restrictive force coming from it. The last one was a blue light, which was emitted by a seal-like artifact. This blue light swept over Yang Kai's soul avatar, giving him the illusion that he was a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, as if he was about to melt. His spiritual energy was rapidly being melted away. Yang Kai's face paled. Although he had long known that Yang Yen was an artifact refiner and was extremely wealthy, he had not expected her knowledge sea to also contain 3 powerful soul-type artifacts. Moreover, judging from the function of these 3 artifacts, they were obviously self-defensive. This was troublesome. Yang Kai's face became ugly. Although he had already torn apart Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, if he did not block the attack of these 3 soul-type artifacts, he would not be able to directly enter Yang Yan's knowledge sea to see what was going on. Judging from the power of these 3 soul-type artifacts, it was not going to be easy to block them. If he really had to fight with these 3 artifacts, either he or Yang Yin would be injured. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. His face sank as his soul avatar stopped in front of Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense, not daring to act rashly. During this short delay, the hole in Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense that had just been torn began to repair itself, and it would not take long for it to fully recover. At that time, all of Yang Kai's previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing the hole closing at an extremely fast speed, and the 3 soul-type artifacts glaring at him from the side, as if they would attack Yang Kai if he dared to move forward, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual energy burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and quietly rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the hole. Immediately, Yang Kai watched nervously. However, to his disappointment, Yang Yan's knowledge sea defense was still repairing itself, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Yang Yan did not seem to hear the call at all. Just as Yang Kai let out a long sigh and was about to give up on this operation, a crack suddenly appeared in the knowledge sea's defensive wall, and the 3 artifacts flew back through it with a swish. Yang Kai stood in place and watched for a while, but was surprised to find that the crack did not seem to be closing again. Immediately overjoyed, his figure flickered, and he rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge sea through the crack. Yang Yan had really heard his call. That was why he had voluntarily opened his knowledge sea defense and let Yang Kai in. Just now, Yang Kai had just given it a try and hadn't expected it to really succeed. It seemed that Yang Yan wasn't completely unconscious at the moment. It was just that her soul was immersed in her knowledge sea and had no reaction to the outside world. After entering Yang Yan's knowledge sea, Yang Kai stood midair and looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face, because he found that the situation in Yang Yan's knowledge sea was very similar to his own. The tumbling seawater below was also like a flame, extremely hot, and even the sky was red. Standing here, it was as if he was in a land of fire. Conflagrated knowledge C. Last time, Yang Kai brought back 9 Luyan flying fires from the Luyan desert and gave a few to Yang Yen. Luyan flying fires were good things that could mutate a cultivator's knowledge C. At that time, after Yang Kai gave her some, he did not ask whether she had succeeded or not. Now it seemed that Yang Yen had succeeded. Not only that, her conflagrated knowledge C was not far from his own. Even if its power was slightly lacking, it was only a matter of time. After all, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C was born much earlier than Yang Yan's. In the tumbling flame-like knowledge C, there were bubbles floating peacefully above it. These bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were Yang Yan's life experiences, memories, and things she had learned. Yang Kai naturally would not be bored enough to pry into Yang Yan's memories. But many of these bubbles exuded a special charm that surprised him greatly. His own sea of consciousness didn't have such an unfathomable charm. Shaking his head, Yang Kai suppressed this suspicion in his heart and looked up at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, his expression changed and he quickly approached that place. Chapter 1361. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yen slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy barrier. As their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise, because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that the look in Yang Yan's eyes was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority, as if he was nothing more than an ant in front of her. But when he looked at her carefully, Yang Yen returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. After Yang Yen glanced at him, she closed her beautiful eyes again, as if she was distracted. Yang Kai tried to call out to her several times, but got no response. At this moment, the knowledge sea below began to tumble, and an orange bubble suddenly emerged from it. The bubble slowly rose and arrived in front of Yang Yen before bursting. As the bubble burst, a kind of energy that Yang Kai could barely detect poured into Yang Yan's soul avatar. The next moment, Yang Yan's expression became extremely painful, as if she was experiencing some kind of ordeal. Her brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, and her arms hugged her body tighter. Yang Kai's heart clenched as his expression became gloomy. He didn't understand what was happening to Yang Yen, but at this moment, he finally understood that the reason why Yang Yen was like this was completely related to the bubbles in her knowledge sea. Weren't these bubbles wrapped in Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? How could they make her feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly Yang Kai remembered something. Yang Yen had once told him about her knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays. There was no one to teach her, so she had inexplicably comprehended everything on her own. Moreover, as she studied spirit arrays and artifact refining, her understanding of them would become more and more profound. Could it be that what was sealed in these bubbles was the knowledge that Yang Yen hadn't mastered yet? But where did these things come from? Why were they stored in her knowledge sea? Why did she have to comprehend them at this critical moment? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Inflammation's current situation was like a person receiving too much unknown information. He couldn't digest it immediately. He could only accept it passively and seal his soul avatar in his knowledge sea to protect himself. Although these were just Yang Kai's guesses, they were not far from the truth. If that was the case, Yang Kai couldn't help, unless he took away the knowledge sealed in those bubbles, to share some of the burden with Yang Inflammation. However, this was Yang Inflammation's wealth after all. Without her permission, Yang Kai could not do this. He was really going to do that. That would be seizing by force. Although the Yang Inflammation was a little painful now, as long as she could endure this period of time, her gains would be unimaginable. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found the root of the problem, and it was not what Yang Kai had imagined, he was naturally no longer worried. However, he was not in a hurry to go out for the time being. He could stay here to protect Yang Inflammation, in case something unexpected happened, and he couldn't rescue her in time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Inflammation, telling her his plan. Immediately, his figure flashed and he hid in the distance, sitting cross-legged in midair, staring at Yang Inflammation's movements. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, But it seemed that because he stayed here, Yang inflammation was encouraged. In the following time, the bubbles in her knowledge sea emerged one after another, constantly rising to Yang inflammation's side and bursting, pouring all kinds of sealed information into her body. Although Yang inflammation's expression was still painful, her reaction was much better than before. As time passed, and the bubbles decreased, Yang inflammation's expression gradually calmed down. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not leave, not even closing his eyes, paying attention to Yang inflammation's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in her knowledge sea rose and burst, and the sealed information was quickly absorbed by Yang inflammation. At this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang inflammation's body also burst, and Yang inflammation, with her eyes closed, slowly straightened her delicate body, one hand around her chest, the other between her beautiful legs. Her body slightly leaned back, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, exaggeratedly spreading out. The whole knowledge sea at this moment suddenly returned to calm. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful scene, making him feel that Yang inflammation was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang inflammation's head and face had been wrapped in a black robe, and even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true appearance, it was not easy, but he had not expected this woman to be so charming. If she dressed better, it was likely countless men would go crazy for her. Just as Yang Kai was staring at her, Yang inflammation's soul avatar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Not only that, but there was also an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale. This aura caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. He had felt this aura in Fallen Emperor Mountain before, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken. This emperor pressure appeared strangely and disappeared quickly. When the light dissipated and Yang Kai looked around again, Yang inflammation's soul avatar had transformed into a black robe that covered her head and face. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew over to her. When he arrived, he looked her up and down a few times, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang inflammation was still the same Yang inflammation, and it seemed that she had not changed much, but everything he saw just now made Yang Kai suspicious. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai was silent for a long time before asking. "And I'm fine." Yang inflammation brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was full of confidence. This was a smile Yang Kai had never seen before. In the past, Yang inflammation was as timid as a mouse, only showing this kind of confidence when it came to artifact refining or arranging spirit arrays. "I've made you worry this time," Yang inflammation whispered gratefully. "It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qian Yu were both very worried about you, but since you're fine now, you can leave. You go out first. I want to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to sort out." Yang inflammation bit her red lips lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded. "Very well. Once you've sorted out everything, come out." After saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from Yang inflammation's knowledge sea. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look suddenly appeared on Yang Yan's face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking as her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a while, she sighed softly, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began feeling the endless information in her mind. Inside the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced at Yang inflammation, sitting cross-legged in front of him. He found that her complexion had indeed become much rosier, and her breathing had become much more stable. Immediately, he understood that she was indeed fine. But her soul avatar was still immersed in her knowledge sea, and was unwilling to wake up for the time being. No matter what happened to her or what she obtained, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask. For him, Yang inflammation was Yang inflammation. So long as she was willing to tell him, he would certainly not hide anything. Carefully placing her on the bed, and tucking in the bedding, Yang Kai walked out. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still waiting anxiously. Yang Kai had been away for half a month now, during which there had been no news at all, so they were naturally anxious. Neither of them dared to disturb him at will, so their anxiety was palpable. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "She's fine, don't worry. She'll probably wake up in a few days." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Wu Yi and Qian Yu couldn't help looking happy, patting their chests as they breathed a sigh of relief. Let's not talk about Yang inflammation for now. Has Dragon Cave Mountain been affected in any way by the appearance of the Emperor Garden? You also know about the Emperor Garden. Wu Yi showed a hint of surprise. After all, the Emperor Garden had only appeared recently, and during this time, Yang Kai had been accompanying Yang inflammation, so it was reasonable for him to learn about it so quickly. The reason Wu Yi knew about the Emperor Garden was because news had come from Shadow Moon Hall. But soon, Wu Yi sorted out her thoughts and replied, "There are more unfamiliar faces appearing nearby, and the number of cultivators in Heavenly Fate City has also skyrocketed. But for now, it doesn't have much of an impact on Dragon Cave Mountain. But if this continues, it's hard to say." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Wu Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. As luck would have it, the Emperor Garden had been floating above Dragon Cave Mountain since its appearance, and after only 10 days or so, it had already attracted so many foreign cultivators to observe and inquire about it. As time passed, more and more masters would definitely come, and when that time came, all kinds of fish and dragons would mix together, making it impossible to say what would happen. Elder Qian sent you a message a few days ago. Do you want to take a look? Wu Yi suddenly remembered something. Oh, where is it? Yang Kai looked at her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted it, but after opening it, he found that there was nothing written on it. However, he wasn't surprised and simply released his divine sense to scan it. A short time later, Yang Kai finished reading the letter. The news from Qian Tong was very simple. There were only two things. The first was that the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall had been quelled. This wasn't difficult to imagine, since the other party had chosen to take action after Qian Tong had disappeared for half a year. It was obvious they were afraid of him. Now that Qian Tong had returned safely and brought back an artifact refiner, who was very likely to break through to the origin grade, it was only natural that Shadow Moon Hall had taken the initiative to nip the internal strife in the bud. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the people in Shadow Moon Hall didn't want to continue fighting. So with the Hall Master's words, this struggle had come to an end. At that time, it was inevitable that some people would be punished as an example to others. With the internal strife coming to an end, Qian Tong finally told Yang Kai that Shadow Moon Hall would no longer intervene in the grievances between Dragon Cave Mountain and the Xie family. Qian Tong also restored the trade relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall, and took the initiative to lower the price of materials by 10%. Chapter 1362. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Qian Tong really knew how to conduct himself. Yang Kai had risked his life to rescue him, and had finally reaped some rewards. Without even mentioning the grievances with the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hall had already given up a significant portion of the 10% price of the materials they had obtained. Judging from the speed at which Dragon Cave Mountain purchased these materials, and the huge demand for them, Yang Kai would be able to save a lot of Saint Crystals over the next year. The second matter was related to the Emperor Garden. On that day, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too teamed up to investigate the Emperor Garden. And although they were forced back by the Emperor pressure before they could even approach it, they were able to confirm one thing. The Emperor Garden had truly reappeared, unlike before when it had only appeared once before. This time, it had truly appeared in front of all the cultivators on Shadowed Star in a shocking manner. Moreover, after so many days, many Origin returning realm masters had gone to investigate the situation, but none of them had been able to approach the Emperor Garden. As for how to enter it, no one knew. As the host of this event, Shadow Moon Hall had sent out invitations to all the leaders of the various great forces on Shadowed Star to come to its headquarters to discuss how to enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong told Yang Kai that in the near future, Many masters from all over the world would be rushing to Heavenly Fate City, many of whom were third-order origin returning realm masters. Although this was just a piece of news, Qian Tong's meaning was obvious. He wanted Yang Kai to remain calm during this time, and not cause any trouble. The implication was that even his grievances with the Xie family should be put aside for the time, being lest he accidentally provoke someone. Seeing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a faint smile. In fact, even without Qian Tong's reminder, Yang Kai would have behaved himself. This period of time was not suitable for him to take any action, and Yang Kai still had many things to deal with. So he could take this opportunity to completely seal off Dragon Cave Mountain and cultivate for a while. It wouldn't be too late to make other plans after the matter of the Emperor Garden was resolved. At that time, if the other masters found a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would naturally take a share of the loot. Without mentioning anything else, Yang Kai was determined to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream, that he didn't know where it was hidden. There was also the ice attribute world spirit. If the Phoenix Empress inheritance could swallow it, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul would definitely grow stronger. Once he found Su Yan and passed this inheritance to her, Su Yan would obtain even greater benefits. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai used his demonic flame to burn the letter sent by Qian Tong, before immediately exhorting Wu Yi and Qian Yu to take good care of Yang Inflammation, and handing over his damaged purple shield to the two women, so they could tell Yang Inflammation had been repaired before returning to his cave mansion alone. Yang Kai first went to take a look at the red candle fruit he had been cultivating in his cave mansion, and found that over the past few years, under the nourishment of the red candle stalk and the rich world energy aura, the piece of red candle fruit did not show any signs of withering, nor did it show any signs of losing its medicinal efficacies. At that time, in Luyan's desert, choosing to snatch back this red candlestalk had been the right choice. Yang Kai did not know how the other great forces had preserved the red candle fruit, but even if they had done so, the medicinal efficacies had likely already begun to fade, unlike his own. This was a good thing. If refined into a pill, it could help a cultivator break through the third-order origin returning realm bottleneck and break through to the origin king realm. Although Yang Kai had no use for it now, there would be a day when it would be useful. The 10,000-year incense drifting in the cave mansion was extremely light, but it had the miraculous effect of refreshing one's mind and calming one's qi. And the 9-branched jade crystal tree was constantly emitting an indescribable charm that helped one comprehend the mysteries of secret skills and secret skills. This small cave mansion contained countless treasures that would make one's eyes go red with envy. After inspecting these supreme treasures, Yang Kai returned to his usual retreat and sat down cross-legged to organize his thoughts. No matter what, improving his strength was the most important thing right now. If those masters had really figured out a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would need to have a strong enough backing to enter and compete with the various masters of Shadowed Star. There was no hope for him to break through to the origin returning realm in a short period of time, but there were many other ways to improve his strength. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he waved his hand and collected all the treasures he had collected during this trip. Yang Kai's harvest this time was not many, but each of them was of immeasurable value. Not to mention the long-extinct life-revitalizing jade cream, the spectral cloud array plate alone was a powerful weapon. Yang Kai originally had 2 artifacts, but during this trip, one had self-destructed and the other had been damaged, so he was currently lacking some replacements. So this array plate had appeared at just the right time. As long as Yang Kai refined this array plate, it would not take long for him to greatly increase his strength. There was also that incredibly heavy black stick. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what material it was made of, but its weight was simply unimaginable. It did not need to possess any kind of power. Just its unimaginable weight alone was enough to make it unstoppable, as long as someone could wield it. This was what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. However, Yang Kai helplessly discovered that even with his own strength, he could not use this stick as a weapon, causing him to sigh helplessly. 3 things, no more no less. However, Yang Kai had more than just these three things to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned the Origin King Great Artifact Refining Furnace. Immediately, the artifact spirit's cry rang out, and a strange 10-meter-long bird appeared in the cave mansion. The artifact spirit's figure flickered and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, where it began combing its feathers with its long beak. Yang Kai glanced at it and smiled before immediately communicating with it with his divine sense. A moment later, the firebird tilted its head and looked at the special ring on Yang Kai's hand, a dignified and excited look flashing across its eyes. There was also some hesitation and fear. It was extremely human-like. If you don't want it, then go back and continue to help me refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as these words fell, the artifact spirit transformed into a mass of flames and rushed directly towards the ring. Yang Kai raised his brow, and under his divine sense, a suction force emerged from the ring and sucked in the artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit could not resist the temptation of Yang Kai's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. A moment later, the ring flashed and Yang Kai released the artifact spirit again. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's body was slightly different from before, because inside its fiery red body, there was a crimson light that slithered about like a spirit snake. The artifact spirit let out a sharp cry as its body burned fiercely, seemingly struggling to assimilate this crimson light. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's ring only contained two things. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, and the other was the sun's true essence. Last time, the artifact spirit had swallowed and refined a trace of the sun's true fire, and obtained great benefits and growth. But when it fought with the ice attribute world spirit in the Emperor Garden, it was still not its opponent, showing just how ferocious and difficult this ice attribute world spirit was. Since Yang Kai wanted to obtain this ice attribute world spirit, naturally he intended to improve the strength and power of the artifact spirit, and swallowing and refining the sun's true fire was the most effective and fastest way to do so. Of course, there was also a certain amount of danger involved, so Yang Kai had to consult the artifact spirit first. The artifact spirit did not fail to live up to his expectations. Its desire for the sun's true fire exceeded its fear of it, and it took the initiative to dive into the ring and absorb a trace of the sun's true fire. After all, having experienced this before, the artifact spirit's performance this time was much better than last time in the corpse cave. Although it seemed that under the impact of the sun's true fire, its form had become somewhat unstable, and its fire attribute aura fluctuations were somewhat chaotic, it did not fall unconscious directly. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards the artifact refining furnace, summoning the artifact spirit back into it, and beginning to assimilate the sun's true fire. Yang Kai believed that it would not be long before the artifact spirit reappeared, and became even stronger than before. After dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace before reaching out and picking up the spectral cloud array plate and examining it carefully. When Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he didn't have time to examine it carefully. He only learned from Kai He and Du Cc that this thing was extremely valuable and had long been lost. Now that he observed it carefully, Yang Kai found that this array plate was made of neither metal nor wood. It looked like a wooden plate, but it was actually quite heavy. It was about the size of a palm, and had many patterns of white clouds on its back. If one stared at it carefully, they would feel as if they had fallen into a sea of clouds, and were unable to escape. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he quickly withdrew his gaze, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began refining it with his Saint Chi and divine sense. This array plate was refined by an artifact array master, and was similar to an artifact, so refining it was naturally the same as refining an artifact. What's more, it didn't take much effort to completely refine it, making it extremely convenient. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been refining this array plate, and now that he had finally succeeded and absorbed it into his body, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he would be able to arrange a large spirit array at any time. Having obtained this unique treasure, young Kai was overjoyed. He had finally made up for the shortcomings of the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. On top of that, the power this array plate could display was definitely much greater than the 100 Mountains pictures. At that moment, young Kai opened his eyes and found that Yang Yen had at some unknown time been sitting in front of him, staring blankly at the pitch-black stick that was only about a foot long on the ground. Although she was still shrouded in her black robe, young Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you get here?" Young Kai asked in amazement. Although Yang Yen also had the restriction token of the cave mansion, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all, which was somewhat inconceivable. "A few days ago. Seeing that you were refining this array plate, I didn't want to disturb you," Yang Yen replied casually, a pleasant expression on her face as she pointed to the black stick on the ground and asked, "Did you bring this heaven-shaking pillar back from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately seeming to remember something as he stared at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" Chapter 1363. There were 3 ancient characters on this black stick that Yang Kai didn't recognize at all. But now that he heard Yang Yen mention the heaven-shaking pillar, he immediately made the connection. Yang Yen glanced over at him and lightly snorted, saying nonchalantly, "What's so strange about you recognizing it? Does that mean the array plate you refined before was also taken from the Emperor Garden?" Yang Kai nodded subconsciously as he stared towards Yang Yen. Noticing the change in his gaze, Yang Yen chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Did you think I would change?" "That's not it. It's just that although I knew you were knowledgeable and knew a lot, I didn't expect you to know these ancient characters as well. These aren't really ancient characters, they're from tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that Shadowed Star experienced a great change that caused these characters to be lost. This heaven-shaking pillar is a precious treasure. It's actually made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron." "Heavenly crystal profound iron?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although he was not proficient in artifact refining, he had still heard about precious artifact refining materials. Heavenly crystal profound iron was one of the most precious materials available, a top-grade Origin King-grade material. It was rumored that the weight of this material itself was immeasurable. A single piece the size of a palm could weigh 10,000 kilograms and was extremely sturdy. It was difficult for anything in the world to destroy it. When refining an artifact, adding a small amount of this material could increase the strength of an artifact, giving it a great advantage in a fight. However, Yang Yen actually said that this heaven-shaking pillar was made entirely out of heavenly crystal profound iron. This was simply too incredible. But if that was the case, it would explain why it had such a bizarre weight. It must have been very dangerous to obtain it, right? Yang Yen asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled and briefly explained his battle with the puppet. After listening, Yang Yen gently nodded. "You made a good choice. Although that puppet was precious, it was still far inferior to this heaven-shaking pillar. Only that kind of puppet could wield such an artifact. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. It's useless to me. If you melt it down, you should be able to refine many artifacts." Yang Kai's brow twitched. Originally, he had chosen this giant black stick because of its material. "Melt it down?" Yang Yen spat disdainfully. "Why should I melt it down? I can't even refine such an artifact. There are many amazing spirit arrays engraved inside. It would be a waste to melt it down. If I can find the right person to use it, then..." "Who would be able to use it?" Yang Kai laughed. "Unless you can also refine a puppet like that one. Someone can afford it." Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "Who?" Yang Yen's T Yang Yan's not Yang Yen's SSTVTSTS have the abilities as simply wasn't human have. SSTSS. Yang's right TS. Est. TSS Yang's. S Yang. There it is. Yang Yen pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the stone mongoose staring towards them. Seeing both Yang Kai and Yang Yen staring at it, The stone mongoose no longer hid itself and used its hands and feet to rush over like a stone monkey, directly arriving in front of Yang Kai, its two eyes staring towards Yang Kai. Can the stone mongoose do it? Yang Kai frowned. You'll know once you try. Yang Yin Yin pursed her lips and smiled before pointing to the heaven-shaking pillar and calling out, "Xiao Xiao." Hearing the call, the stone mongoose glanced at Yang Yin Yin, then at Yang Kai, and after getting his permission, walked over to the foot-long heaven-shaking pillar and began walking around it. After a while, a look of joy and excitement flashed across the stone mongoose's eyes as it straightened its hunched back and patted its chest a few times before reaching out to grab the heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared unblinkingly. He clearly saw that the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar, which even he was helpless against, seemed to have become weightless. The stone mongoose, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained a novel toy as its eyes filled with joy and its big mouth split open. Holding the heaven-shaking pillar with both hands, it swung it about, creating a curtain of light. Asterisk hoo-hoo. Asterisk a fierce wind whistled, and the world energy in the cave mansion instantly became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed where the stone mongoose was standing. In the next moment, the barriers in all directions flickered, as if they were blocking an invisible attack. At the same time, Kai Yang also felt an invisible wind blade cutting into his body, emitting a chi-chi sound. This, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Back in the Emperor Garden, when the puppet swung its giant stick, it wasn't as smooth as the stone mongoose's. It was hard to believe that the tiny stone mongoose's body contained so much power. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the stone puppet was not as simple as he had thought. It seemed that it could only be used as an artifact refiner to refine materials. It seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Last time in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose suddenly grew a lot bigger and swallowed the sun's true essence in one gulp, preserving it in its body for a long time. If it weren't for the stone mongoose, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take the sun's true essence away. This little guy is really full of surprises. Alright. Yang Kai's eyes were full of smiles as he waved his hand at the stone mongoose. Go play outside. If you keep doing this, the barriers here will be destroyed, and I'll have to repair them. It'll be very troublesome. The stone mongoose immediately stopped what it was doing, and the tornado it had just formed suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking pillar into its stomach. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the ground. When Yang Kai sensed it again, it was already more than a dozen kilometers away. Perceiving the potential of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai was extremely excited. There was no other reason than the stone mongoose embryo in his black book space. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find a blood essence stone, otherwise, it would have been born. Over the years, this stone mongoose embryo had maintained its vitality and showed no signs of dying. This is your shield, be careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, if it's damaged so badly every time, I'm afraid it won't be able to repair itself after a few uses, Yang Kai said as he handed over a purple shield. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the shield, but seeing how even an origin-grade high-rank shield was so damaged, it was easy to imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai had encountered. What she was worried about was Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew this in his heart, but didn't say anything, simply nodding his head and accepting the shield. Silently inspecting it, he found that it had become the same as before, flawless, so he happily put it away. Let me see your array plate again. Yang Kai stretched out her jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and took out the array plate and handed it to her. Yang Kai stared at the array plate for a while before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This is the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. Its power isn't small. I'll tell you how to use this array plate, so you can comprehend it yourself. That way, when you face an enemy in the future, you'll be able to maximize the power of this array plate. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai was worthy of being called a spirit array master. With just a glance, she knew this was the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. If it were any other array master, it would have been impossible for them to recognize it so easily. Even if her tone was arrogant, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. Saying so, Yang Yin stretched out her finger, a white light swirling around her fingertip, and tapped it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move, and simply let her do as she pleased. A moment later, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a stream of information pour into his mind. After a brief examination, he found that it was indeed a description of the spectral cloud array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he had been preparing to ask Yang Yin about this spirit array, but Yang Yin had taken the initiative to tell him, saving him a lot of effort. However, after using such a method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly having consumed a lot of energy. Good, take your time to comprehend it. Right now, the outside world is a mess with countless cultivators coming and going, and there is no lack of masters. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your wishes, so you can take advantage of this time to attend to your own affairs. Right, I'll bring some things over in a few days, you can help me refine them. Got it. Yang Kai nodded gently. Seeing her turn to leave, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yang Yin, what's wrong? Don't you have something to tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Not now, I'll tell you when the time is right. Yang Yin glared at him, her expression neither happy nor angry, twisted her waist, opened the barrier and left. Looking in the direction she disappeared, Yang Kai smiled lightly. No matter what kind of changes had occurred to Yang Yin, she had no malicious intentions towards him. Just like before, she still treated him as a friend, which was something Yang Kai hoped to see. As for her secrets, Yang Kai didn't feel compelled to inquire about them. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it, and began to comprehend the various mysteries of the spectral cloud array. In less than 2 hours, Yang Kai had already grasped the changes of this spirit array. All that was left was to improvise during battle. It was only at this moment that a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This spectral cloud array was one of the ancient spirit arrays. Just arranging it was extremely difficult, and required one to refine the clouds in the sky. As an ancient spirit array, of course, it had more power than what Yang Kai had seen before. It was just that back in the Emperor Garden, no one was controlling this spirit array, so it could only display a tiny fraction of its power, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break it, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Although with Yang Kai's spirit array attainments and strength, he couldn't display the full power of this spirit array, but it was enough to display 30% to 40% of its power. With the help of this spirit array, his strength would soar. As long as he didn't face masters like Qian Tong or Fei Ji too, Yang Kai estimated that he would have no problem dealing with them. Of course, if he wanted to kill his enemy, it would depend on their strength and means. Under normal circumstances, even a second-order origin returning realm master would die if they fell into this spirit array. Chapter 1364. After dealing with the matter of the array plate, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle in front of him. The thing inside this jade bottle was none other than the life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained in the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai guessed that this was diluted life-revitalizing jade cream. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai opened the jade bottle and took a sip without hesitation. If anyone else saw Yang Kai doing this, they would likely curse him for being such a wastrel. Life-revitalizing jade cream could extend a cultivator's lifespan and enhance their vitality. It had the magical effect of rejuvenating withered trees, and was extremely attractive to origin-returning realm masters, who did not have much longer to live. With just a small sip, they could extend their lifespan by 100 years. Yang Kai's single sip was equivalent to 100 years of someone else's lifespan. A complete waste of heaven's gift. The moment this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's mouth, there was even a hint of sweetness, like a mountain stream. After this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's stomach, it immediately transformed into a pure energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Yang Kai silently felt the changes in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that his vitality was increasing at a crazy rate, and the blood in his body was showing signs of boiling. Soon, This massive amount of vitality reached a limit, and there was no place for the excess to be released, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red, as if he would explode at any moment. However, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he silently circulated his secret art and Saint Qi, guiding the seemingly exploding vitality to a certain point in his body. As his vitality gathered, the blood flowing through his body also seemed to be drawn in, and all kinds of essences began to separate from his blood and converge to this place. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour or so, Yang Kai suddenly heard a soft ticking sound from the depths of his soul. Raising his brow, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and his expression immediately changed to one of pleasant surprise. He found that there was an extra drop of golden blood in his body. It wasn't blood that flowed through his body, but pure golden blood, blood that could be refined into golden blood threads. There wasn't much of this golden blood left in Yang Kai's body. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he had more than 90 drops of it, but over the years, after using it in battle and distributing it to the divine tree, the amount of golden blood he had decreased by about half. Since Yang Kai learned that his golden blood was of great use to the divine tree, he had been giving it a drop every few months. The long-term consumption of golden blood was not small. Now that he had cultivated the golden blood thread secret technique, each drop of golden blood could only produce a single golden thread. Even if Yang Kai refined all of his golden blood into golden threads, he would only be able to produce a few dozen, a far cry from his grand plan. Although Yang Kai's golden blood could be replenished through hard work, the birth of each drop of golden blood took him 3 months of hard work. This was something he had verified a long time ago. Yang Kai had never imagined that this life-revitalizing jade cream could actually allow him to produce new golden blood. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters, was used to enhance a cultivator's vitality, and this was the most important element for the birth of golden blood. Putting this pleasant surprise aside, Yang Kai continued to circulate his secret art and refine the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream. After another half an hour, a second drop of golden blood appeared in his body. It wasn't until the 3rd drop of golden blood was formed that the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream disappeared completely. A small sip of life-revitalizing jade cream could allow him to produce 3 drops of golden blood. So this bottle should be enough for him to accumulate at least 30 drops, right? This should be enough to make up for the consumption he had consumed over the years. Yang Kai was overjoyed and cheered himself up, drinking mouthful after mouthful of life-revitalizing jade cream, constantly refining its effects into his own golden blood. Yang Kai didn't feel that it was a pity at all. Life-revitalizing jade cream may be a life-saving medicine for masters who didn't have much time left. But for him, as long as it could promote the birth of his golden blood, it was of great use. Even so, Yang Kai was certain that the life-revitalizing jade cream he obtained was indeed a diluted product. The real life-revitalizing jade cream must have a more powerful effect, and it must be hidden somewhere in the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart began to heat up. If he could really enter the Emperor Garden and obtain this life-revitalizing jade cream, he wouldn't have to worry about the quantity of golden blood at all. At that time, replacing all the blood in his body with this pure golden blood would not be a dream. With the powerful vitality and restorative ability contained in this golden blood, even if he was injured, he would be able to recover at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 days, the bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream was completely consumed. Yang Kai still wanted more, but he didn't insist, instead closing his eyes, holding the space spirit crystal in his hand, and beginning to absorb the energy contained within. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this half a year, Yang Kai had not taken a single step out of his cave mansion, and had only done 3 things. The first was to cultivate the mysteries of Space Force by absorbing the energy contained within the space spirit crystal, and the second was to refine the golden blood threads in his body. Now he had several golden blood threads, and with his previous experience, Yang Kai was able to refine them much faster than before. The number of golden blood threads had increased, but their power hadn't, mainly because Yang Kai had only obtained the first half of Demon Blood Temple's secret techniques. As for how to combine more golden blood threads, it should be hidden in the second half. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. As long as Demon Blood Temple still existed, he would always have a chance to deal with them. For now, he was refining more golden blood threads ahead of time just in case. The third was to speed up the fusion between the colored glass bead and the demon eye of annihilation. After Yang Kai refined the colored glass bead last time, it had transformed into a haze that wrapped around the demon eye of annihilation. Although the two had similar effects, the fusion process was quite slow. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to speed up this process. In addition to this, Yang Yin would occasionally bring him some strange things and have him pour his space force into them. These things came in all shapes and sizes, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were. Yang Kai had asked once, but Yang Yin just smiled and didn't answer, only telling him not to worry too much and to just pour his space force into them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that no wonder Yang Yin had called him before and said he had something he needed his help with. Besides himself, no one else could help with this kind of thing. Occasionally in his spare time, Yang Kai would refine some pills. After all, there were so many people on Dragon Cave Mountain, and many of them needed pills to cultivate. If he only bought them from the outside, the price would be too expensive, so Yang Kai asked Wuxia to purchase some herbs for him to refine. This way, he could save some money and also improve his alchemy skills. Over the past 6 months, Yang Kai had refined a lot of pills, but none of them were too shocking. Basically, he had only refined ordinary pills. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would refine 1 or 2 spirit pills with pill veins. Yang Kai found that as his strength improved, his alchemy skills seemed to have improved as well. Now refining origin-grade mid-rank pills didn't seem difficult at all. Once he broke through to the origin-returning realm, he would likely be able to try refining origin-grade high-rank pills. The artifact spirit had also awakened a long time ago, and this was the second time it had awakened. After the first time, Yang Kai had it swallow a wisp of Sun's true fire. Counting the previous time, the artifact spirit had swallowed a total of 3 wisps of Sun's true fire. Now the burning aura of the artifact spirit was more than twice as strong as when Yang Kai first obtained it. While Yang Kai was busy with his own matters, the artifact spirit would stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for him. So there was no need for Yang Kai to waste any time. On this day, Yang Yin brought over a bunch of random things and asked Yang Kai to pour his space force into them one by one. Yang Kai had no complaints and did as she asked. During this time, Yang Yin told Yang Kai about the movements of the various great forces outside. Because Qian Tong would send people here from time to deliver news, Dragon Cave Mountain was well aware of the changes in the outside world. Shadow Moon Hall sent out invitations to the masters of the various great forces to discuss the Emperor Garden. After some discussion, a total of 50 Third-Order Origin returning realm masters were gathered to attempt to break into the Emperor Garden and find a way to enter. 50 people had gone, but by the time they returned, only half remained. The remaining half had all died. This happened 4 months ago, and when Yang Kai heard about it, he almost bit his tongue off. After some questioning, he learned that these 50 people had somehow triggered some kind of barrier and were unable to resist the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden. All of them were crushed to pieces by the jade hands formed from world energy. The remaining half who survived all relied on their own secret techniques or self-detonated artifacts to escape. Otherwise, they would have all been wiped out. From then on, no one dared to approach the Emperor Garden without permission. Even a grand lineup of 50 Third-Order Origin returning realm masters was unable to do anything to the Emperor Garden, let alone others. However, none of the great forces left immediately, and instead left behind some people to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements. Everyone speculated that perhaps the Emperor Garden had not yet opened. This speculation was not without reason, because the Lu Yin Sand Field was extremely dangerous before it opened. Anyone who entered it would die without a doubt, but after it opened, a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter it for life experience. It was impossible to verify who made this speculation, but most people agreed with it. These masters naturally did not have the time to stay here and wait for the Emperor Garden to open, as they all had their own matters to attend to. So how could they have so much free time? Naturally, they could only leave behind a group of people. And after that incident, the Shadow Moon Palace was in a terrible fix. They had invited the various great forces to investigate the Emperor Garden together out of good intentions. But more than 23rd Order Origin Realm Masters had died in the process. Almost every great force had suffered some losses. So naturally, Shadow Moon Hall was the one to blame. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions had not been rewarded this time. If it was just one or two great forces blaming them, Shadow Moon Hall might not have cared. But if more than 20 great forces were involved, Shadow Moon Hall could only carefully deal with them. Chapter 1365. In fact, this kind of accusation was completely unreasonable. The people of Shadow Moon Hall knew this, and so did the people of the other great forces. But who told the Emperor Garden to be suspended above Shadow Moon Hall's territory? Everyone was afraid that Shadow Moon Hall was close to the Emperor Garden, but they couldn't say it out loud. So now that such a thing had happened, they naturally had to make a big deal out of it. After some bargaining and even quarreling, the great forces on Shadowed Star reached a consensus that even if the Emperor Garden opened, the masters of Shadow Moon Hall could not enter in advance. They had to wait for the other great forces to converge before making any plans, otherwise they would become public enemies. Although Shadow Moon Hall's current situation could not be described as treading on thin ice, it was not good either. After all, they had just experienced an internal crisis and were in urgent need of recuperation. Faced with such an unfair proposal, they could only agree. Today, Heavenly Fate City was almost overcrowded. The number of people left behind by the various great forces was huge, so the inns and hotels in Heavenly Fate City were full of people and business was booming. Even some of the surrounding small families had to be responsible for providing accommodations for these forces. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. After all, the great forces on Shadowed Star weren't very harmonious, and there was a lot of competition and grievances between them. Once they met, it was common for a few words to lead to a fight. Almost every day, a cultivator died. Shadow Moon Hall, as the host, naturally would not intervene in the grievances of these foreign forces. As long as they did not hinder their own interests, they would maintain a neutral stance. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai was injecting his space force into the strange objects as requested by Yang Yan while listening to her talk, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. Yang Yan also answered them one by one. While busy, Yang Yan's expression suddenly changed, and she took out a communication artifact from her space ring. Releasing her divine sense, she immediately shot a strange look towards Yang Kai with an ambiguous expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Someone is looking for you." Yang Yan smiled and said meaningfully, "An old acquaintance of yours." "An old acquaintance?" Yang Kai's face went black. He didn't know many people on Shadowed Star, and there were even fewer who he could make friends with. Yang Yan calling him an old acquaintance had stumped him, and for a while, he couldn't remember who it was that had come looking for him. Moreover, when she said old acquaintance, there was obviously a strange meaning to it. "Who?" Yang Kai's Yang. "Dai Yuan." Yang Yan replied. "She." Yang Kai frowned. If it had been someone else, he could have simply declared that he wasn't on Dragon Cave Mountain and refused to meet them. But since it was Dai Yuan, doing so would be somewhat inappropriate. In any case, she had given him a colored glass bead, and he had obtained a lot of benefits from it. Moreover, the stone puppet had dug out a passage into the 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain last time. Yang Kai didn't know if Colored Glass Sect had discovered this after the incident, but perhaps he could ask her about it. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." Saying so, Yang Kai walked out. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain Spirit Array, took out his token, and poured his Saint Chi into it. A beam of light shot out from the token, and the spirit array that sealed Dragon Cave Mountain immediately opened a path to the outside. Before Yang Kai could even take a step though, he heard a burst of noise coming from outside, and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that Dai Yuan had more than one person within Xiang? But when he heard what the people outside were saying, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking as he quickened his pace. At this moment outside Dragon Cave Mountain Spirit Array, Dai Yuan was standing there. If one only looked at her back, they would think she was a peerless beauty. Her graceful figure seemed to exude a kind of magical power that could pull one's soul deeper and deeper, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. But if one were to look at her from the front, no one would be able to associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan was still the same as before. Her face was black and yellow, and her face was filled with wrinkles. Her appearance was ugly, but she didn't bother to cover it up. Instead, she openly showed her face without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Next to her, a group of more than a dozen uniformed cultivators, with varying cultivation realms, were staring at her. Many of them unscrupulously showed looks of disgust as they pointed at her and whispered amongst themselves. Among the crowd, several women raised their chins slightly, putting on an air of superiority. None of them were particularly beautiful, but when compared to Dai Yuan's face, all of them immediately became beauties, giving them a sense of superiority. "Hey, this young master is talking to you. Are you a mute or something?" The leader of the group shouted at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan turned her head and glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of answering. This blatant disregard immediately annoyed the leader of the cultivator, and he sneered. "Smelly woman, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that because you're a woman this young master won't dare to act against you. Although you're a bit ugly, you're still a woman, so this young master will give you some face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dai Yuan frowned as a look of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. In the past, if she had heard these words, she would definitely have been unable to restrain herself and attacked. In the past, her appearance was her reverse scale, but now, after being detoxified by Yang Kai, her appearance had been restored to normal. Her current appearance was just a disguise, so even if the other party's words were unpleasant to hear, she didn't take them to heart. "Brother Hai, why waste time talking nonsense with her? Just capture her. Seeing that she came here looking for someone, she must have some kind of relationship with the people inside. We've been waiting here for so many days, yet the owner of this place still hasn't shown himself. He really doesn't put us in his eyes." Another person in the crowd shouted impatiently, a look of eagerness on his face. "Oh, who should I put in my eyes?" A slightly sarcastic voice suddenly called out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain. As these words were spoken, a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier-like spirit array in front of them, revealing the figure of a young man. "Yang Kai." Dai Yuan smiled happily and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sister Dai Yuan." Yang Kai gently nodded to her before glancing around at the group of people standing outside and asking lightly, "Are these people with you?" Dai Yuan slowly shook her head and whispered, "They are from Sea Heart Sect." Sea Heart Sect? Never heard of it. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Although Yang Kai still didn't know much about the distribution and strength of the great forces on Shadowed Star, he had at least heard of the major ones. This Sea Heart Sect, however, was something Yang Kai had never heard of, so it was obvious this force wasn't anything special. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was much more knowledgeable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell the origins of these people from their clothes, whispering, "It's a force from the limitless ocean. It's normal you haven't heard of it." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. The limitless ocean was very far from here, and if it weren't for the Emperor Garden appearing, these people would definitely not have come here. "Are you the master of this place?" Over on the Sea Heart Sect's side, the leading cultivator looked Yang Kai up and down and asked in surprise. I am the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. "Good, since you are the master of this place, you can speak freely." The cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, so he couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous. a trace of arrogance flashing across his face as he declared, "We are disciples of the Limitless Ocean Sea Heart sect. This mountain range is now under the command of our Sea Heart sect. Go back and tell the people inside to clean up and make some accommodations." He spoke with a careless look, as if he was ordering his subordinates around without any trace of politeness. When Dai Yuan heard this, a strange look appeared on her face as she turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering if these people thought of Yang Kai as the patriarch of a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai also had this guess, although he didn't understand what was going on when he first came out. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed what was going on. Now that Heavenly Fate City was overcrowded, many foreign cultivators couldn't find a place to stay, so some of the nearby small families had become their targets. In order to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, it was naturally necessary to find a good location. Dragon Cave Mountain was located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, making it an excellent location, so it was only natural that many people wanted it. Speaking of which, over the past few days, many cultivators belonging to various great forces had taken a fancy to Dragon Cave Mountain and wanted to enter it to stay for a while. But Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array was extremely exquisite, so some people could tell it was extraordinary and didn't dare disturb it rashly. There were also some people who knew that the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain was a young man who could kill origin-returning realm masters and had a good relationship with Qian Tong. So of course, they wouldn't intrude. But Sea Heart Sect was from the Limitless Ocean and knew nothing about Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai, so it was inevitable that they would act rashly. There were many secrets inside Dragon Cave Mountain, and it was covered in various layers of spirit arrays, let alone Sea Heart Sect. Even if someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came here, Yang Kai wouldn't let them pass. What's more, these people were speaking as if letting them live in Dragon Cave Mountain was an honor, a fact that made Yang Kai both angry and amused. Wanting him to give up Dragon Cave Mountain with a single sentence, this Sea Heart Sect's tone was bigger than the heavens. Thinking so, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled, cupping his fists in greeting. "So it is friends from Sea Heart Sect. It is an honor to meet you all." His expression made it seem as if he had been admiring them for a long time, causing the people from Sea Heart Sect to feel even more comfortable. Everyone was thinking that their sect's reputation had actually spread to Shadow Moon Hall, causing them to feel a sense of pride. The leader of this group glanced back at his junior brothers and junior sisters triumphantly before turning back to Yang Kai and saying with a smile, "There's no need for such polite words. Since you know we are from Sea Heart Sect, you should quickly prepare. The dozen of us don't mind, but when my martial uncle arrives, you'll have to serve him well. My martial uncle's temper isn't very good, so if you make him dissatisfied, you know the consequences." When he said this cultivator's threat was obvious, as if a single mistake would bring disaster to Dragon Cave Mountain. Chapter 1366. "Oh, is there a senior from your sect who hasn't arrived yet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Naturally, Martial Uncle is currently resting in Heavenly Fate City and ordered us to find a good place first. Since we've found a place to settle down, I'll send him a message." With that said, the leading cultivator took out his sect's communication artifact, probed it with his divine sense, and began to communicate with someone. Yang Kai didn't try to stop him, and simply watched with a smile. After the leading cultivator put away the communication artifact again, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Naturally, there's no problem with finding a place to live. Dragon Cave Mountain has many lofts, beautiful scenery, and rich world energy, so it should meet your requirements." "Haha, I took a fancy to your mountain because the world energy here is good. Otherwise, why do you think I've been waiting here for a few days?" The leading cultivator shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "With the strength of our Sea Heart Sect, we can easily look for a nearby small family. I'm sure they will definitely welcome us with open arms. Little brat, your luck has come. Although my martial uncle's temper isn't very good, he is still very generous. This time, as long as you can make him happy, there will be plenty of benefits for you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and even became a little excited, asking, "Since all of you have come from so far away, should little brother prepare a banquet to welcome you all?" "Good, you're quite considerate. We aren't greedy for food, so it doesn't matter if there's a banquet or not. However, Martial Uncle is quite good at this, so let's do as he pleases. But don't bring out any food. Martial Uncle won't be interested in it." Seeing that his Martial Uncle's name was so useful, the leading cultivator immediately put on a show, calling him Martial Uncle, as if he had already become a worm in this Martial Uncle's stomach. "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Right, dare I ask this, friend? Does your sex senior have any other hobbies besides this?" "Other hobbies?" The Sea Heart Sect cultivator raised his brow and smiled knowingly. "You mean?" "Ha ha." Yang Kai snickered as he and the other cultivator put on an embarrassed look. Dai Yuan saw this from the side and was speechless. She had never known that Yang Kai had such a side to him, but she knew that Yang Kai was obviously toying with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know about it, and thought that Yang Kai was really afraid of power. It was funny to see him flattering others. Good, good, good. You really do know how to handle things." The cultivator laughed and moved closer to Yang Kai's ear, whispering a few words with a wretched expression. Yang Kai raised his brow and said happily, "Is that so? Our Dragon Cave Mountain may not have many things, but there are many beautiful women." As soon as these words came out, many of the male disciples of Sea Heart Sect showed looks of joy, the leader of the group even saying, "That's good. But before that, I want to take a look first, lest a little brat like you make up the numbers and spoil Martial Uncle's mood." "No problem." Yang Kai patted his chest, pulled Dai Yuan in front of him, pointed to her, and said to the cultivator, "Friend, take a look. What do you think of this girl?" Dai Yuan was both ashamed and angry as she glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Although she didn't hear what Yang Kai and the other party said just now, seeing the wretched looks on both of their faces, how could she not guess that it was related to beauty? Although she had restored her stunning appearance, being called out by Yang Kai like this still made her a little annoyed. The Sea Heart Sect cultivator was startled and glanced over at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly converging as a cold light flashed across his eyes. "Little brat, are you joking? You call this a woman?" Dai Yuan's pretty face became even colder. "I'm not joking." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "This girl is peerless and beautiful, can't you see?" Hearing him say this, Dai Yuan couldn't help glaring at him, the annoyance in her heart fading away. Others may not know the true face behind this ugly face, but Kai Yang was very clear about it. So when he said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of dishonesty. He was extremely calm, and the smile on his face was also incomparably sincere. "Do you have any other girls here?" The Sea Heart Sect cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. "There are, but none of them seem to be as beautiful as this one." Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart Sect group froze for a moment, and the leader of the cultivators also faintly felt that something was wrong, his face becoming gloomy as he put on a fake smile and asked, "Little brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking?" Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes at him. Only now did the man realize that Yang Kai was just toying with him, and that all the previous worship and flattery was just a disguise. Furious, he roared, "Little brat, you court death." Saying so without any explanation, he reached out to grab Kai Yang. This cultivator was also a third-order Saint King, and was an elite disciple of Sea Heart Sect, so he felt that dealing with someone like Yang Kai would be a piece of cake. So he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. As the giant hand reached out, Saint Chi surged from this palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist and condense into a giant blue palm that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Sea Heart Sect had been based on the limitless ocean for a long time, so most of its disciples cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills. With the help of its geographical location, it was quite easy to cultivate. The giant blue palm instantly enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, its aura ready to be unleashed at any moment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst open, like a bubble that could not withstand a single blow. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was shocked and shouted, "Not good," as he urged his divine sense to activate his artifact. As soon as he began fighting, he discovered that Yang Kai was different from the Saint King Realm cultivator he had dealt with before. So he didn't dare to neglect, and immediately used his artifact. But in the next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank and transformed into a golden thread that shot towards him. This person's reaction wasn't slow either. He flicked his fingers and sent several bursts of energy towards the golden thread. However, the golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and evaded all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread had wrapped around him. Feeling the deadly threat coming from the golden silk, the cultivator's forehead was instantly covered in sweat, not daring to move as he shouted, "All of you stop!" The Sea Heart sect disciples behind him were about to launch an attack, but when they heard this shout, they hurriedly withdrew their Saint Chi and stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Brother Hai was the strongest Saint King in Sea Heart sect. Usually, when he sparred with his brothers and sisters in the sect, no one was his opponent. The sect master and elders all praised him greatly, and at the same time, his junior brother and junior sister worshipped him. But such a person had actually been subdued by a cultivator in the same realm from a small mountain, unable to resist at all. Several disciples of the Sea Heart sect rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They discovered that they weren't mistaken. That mighty and awe-inspiring senior apprentice Brother Hai was indeed entangled by a golden thread, his life hanging by a thread. With Yang Kai's current means, dealing with a cultivator in the same realm was a piece of cake. He didn't need to spend much effort at all. Snorting lightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and pulled the cultivator surnamed Hai in front of him, raising his hand and slapping him. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The cultivator surnamed Hai's head was slapped to the side, and a mouthful of blood mixed with a broken tooth flew out. His cheek immediately swelled up. He seemed to have been stunned by this slap, and was unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai waved his hand, as if he was trying to get rid of something unclean, looking at him faintly and asking, "Do you know why I hit you?" The cultivator surnamed Hai shook his head subconsciously. Asterisk pa. Asterisk another crisp sound rang out, and the other side of his cheek also swelled up. Yang Kai sniffed and said lightly, "Because you have eyes but fail to see." The cultivator surnamed Hai suddenly recovered and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. This Hai has eyes but failed to see and has offended your excellency. Please show mercy." Haha. Yang Kai chuckled indifferently and raised his large palm, waving it in front of the cultivator surnamed Hai's cheek before slapping him again, saying, "Not this, think carefully." After being slapped 3 times in a row, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, the cultivator surnamed Hai still felt dizzy, seeing stars in front of his eyes. His mouth and nose were full of the smell of blood, and he repeatedly said, "This Hai doesn't know what's good for him, and actually wants to expropriate your land." Not this either. Kai Yang once again sent out a slap. The dozen or so cultivators from Sea Heart sect were all dumbfounded, and the cultivator surnamed Hai felt like dying. Yang Kai said he had eyes but failed to see, and he could only think of these 2 reasons, but no matter what he said, they were both wrong. Under the control of the golden silk, he didn't dare to resist. This shameful scene had been witnessed by all his junior brothers and junior sisters. So how could he still have any prestige in Sea Heart sect in the future? As his thoughts raced, Hai Zhen's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Dai Yuan and muttered. It was this Hai who was unable to discern the true beauty of this young lady's appearance, enough to turn all living things upside down. Dai Yuan heard this, and her face blushed slightly. Although the other party had hit the nail on the head, such unintentional flattery still made her feel a little embarrassed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, raised his brow and smiled. Good, good, at least you didn't grow 2 eyes in vain. If you say anything wrong again, I'll have to dig them out. The cultivator surnamed Hai broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was disgusted to death, he still couldn't help but praise Dai Yuan for her beauty. It was really difficult for him to face Dai Yuan's ugly face and still praise her like a pearl. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Kai felt goosebumps rise all over his body as he listened. Yang Kai. Dai Yuan stomped her feet, unable to bear it any longer. Although she knew that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to teach this person a lesson, these words of praise were really uncomfortable to listen to. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded, but just as he was about to release the cultivator surnamed Hai, he suddenly frowned and looked up towards the sky. In the distance, a streak of light was quickly approaching. Before this person arrived, their divine sense had already spread out, and after investigating the situation, they couldn't help shouting, "Who dares insult my disciple?" Chapter 1367. This voice was filled with extreme anger, and even contained a trace of inexplicable force that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and pushed his spiritual energy to offset this impact. Hearing this voice though, the cultivator surnamed Hai, who was still wrapped in golden threads, was overjoyed and shouted, "Martial uncle, save me!" Hearing his shout, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person must be the origin returning realm cultivator from Sea Heart sect. After all, Heavenly Fate City was only a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't take long for this person to arrive. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. He had been waiting here for this origin returning realm master to arrive, and now that the other party had arrived, it was exactly what he had hoped for. Staring in the direction the man had come from, Yang Kai revealed a strange smile as his spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea, forming an invisible blade that shot out in that direction. The other party wanted to use a divine sense attack to attack him, so Yang Kai naturally had to reciprocate politely. The rapidly approaching streak of light suddenly stagnated, followed by a low shout of surprise. Immediately after, the streak of light shook again, as if it was about to fall. Although this person was a master from the First Order origin returning realm, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, he still suffered a small loss, causing his expression to become somewhat suspicious. After stabilizing his figure, he no longer had the same arrogance as before, and instead approached Dragon Cave Mountain vigilantly. He had just received a message from his sect's disciple, saying that there was a good place to rest here, and that the owner of this place was very tactful, and was willing to respectfully greet him. Thinking it was just some small family, he had rushed over with great interest, never having expected to encounter such a situation. In the blink of an eye, this origin returning realm master from Sea Heart sect arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain, and revealed himself. Kai Yang glanced at him, and found that this person was quite bold and powerful. He wasn't too tall, but his shoulders were big and his waist was round. His red hair was messy like a chicken's nest, his nose was flat, his eyes were sunken, and his face was fierce. He looked like a fiend with an imposing aura. Sweeping his eyes over the situation in front of him, this man's eyes narrowed as he became extremely angry. Although a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, his Sea Heart sect was still a powerful force. It was just that they were quite far away from this place. Seeing his disciple suffer such a disaster, this man immediately shouted, "Boy, was it you who beat him up?" When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai. Although he had just suffered a small loss, when he investigated Kai Yang's true cultivation, he wasn't afraid. Subconsciously, he believed that Kai Yang's ability to display such a skill was due to the power of an artifact. With an origin returning realm cultivation, when dealing with the Saint King, it was natural for Yang Kai to have the upper hand. Yang, with this man's Yang Kai of this man's with him with the calm and indifference of the wind of this man. "Why did you hit him?" The red-haired martial artist asked sternly. "Why?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, glancing at the bruised and swollen face of the cultivator surnamed Hai. "Your Excellency might as well ask your disciple what happened." The red-haired cultivator frowned and glared fiercely at his sect's disciple before quickly saying, "Tell me, what happened? If you were the one who made a mistake first, don't blame this old master for standing idly by. But if someone tries to bully others, haha. Although my Sea Heart sect has lived in the limitless ocean for a long time, we are not soft persimmons that anyone can pinch." Hearing this, The cultivator surnamed Hai's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on an extremely sorrowful expression as he wept and complained. Martial uncle, please understand. We came here under your orders to find a place to stay, and after much difficulty, we finally found a good place. We wanted to negotiate with the owner of this place, and pay him some spirit stones to free up some of his disciples for us to live in. But who would have thought that this person would be so unreasonable, and would attack us without even asking for a reason? This disciple is ashamed because his skills were lacking, and he was captured. Not only did this person not give up, but he also humiliated this disciple, and forced this disciple to say things against his will. This disciple is so ashamed that he wishes he could die. Martial uncle, please uphold justice. Yang Kai stared at this cultivator, surnamed Hai, in amazement, and found that he didn't show the slightest sign of shame. Instead, he spoke in a dignified manner, as if he really had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai was angry in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm and just sneered. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes became even colder as he shouted, "Did you tell him that you are disciples of Sea Heart sect?" This disciple did, but it was useless. He simply doesn't put our Sea Heart sect in his eyes. The cultivator surnamed Hai replied with a sad face, continuing to add oil to the fire, thinking that since his master had arrived, he could sit back and relax. Good, good, good. The red-haired old man took a deep breath and turned his head to Yang Kai, shouting out, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" "I have nothing to say." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a strange expression on his face. "Your Sea Heart sect's cultivation methods and martial skills don't seem to be anything special, but your ability to invert black and white is first class, admirable. Boy, you dare insult my Sea Heart sect." The red-haired old man flew into a rage and almost immediately attacked. Although he understood that the great forces living near Heavenly Fate City must have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall was currently being forced by various great forces, and could barely fend for itself. If he just wanted to teach this boy a lesson, it would not be a big problem. Shadow Moon Hall would not make things difficult for Sea Heart sect for these people. When the time came, he could use this opportunity to force the other party to hand over Dragon Cave Mountain. Presumably, Shadow Moon Hall would have nothing to say. "You brought shame upon yourself. How can you blame others?" Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stared at the cultivator surnamed Hai and said, "Do you think I don't dare kill you?" "Ah." The cultivator surnamed Hai noticed the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and his expression changed slightly. "Boy, you dare?" The red-haired old man also noticed that something was wrong and roared as he released his shur towards Yang Kai, trying to restrict his movements first before trying to save him. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously before flicking his fingertips slightly, sending out a faint sizzling sound as his golden thread flickered, completely unaffected by the red-haired old man's shur. Demon Blood Temple's secret technique was a secret technique that could break through shur. The golden blood Yang Kai used to cultivate was far more powerful than the vitality used by the elders of Demon Blood Temple. So how could the red-haired old man's shur block it? The golden thread cut through the cultivator surnamed Hai's body, shuttling back and forth a dozen times in the blink of an eye. After Yang Kai took back the golden thread, the cultivator surnamed Hai was still standing in place, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. However, in the next moment his expression changed. He lowered his head to look at his body, and was shocked to discover that fine streams of blood were flowing out of his body. The blood did not stop flowing and soon surged ferociously, shooting out like a fountain. With a crash, like a broken mirror, the cultivator surnamed Hai collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. The smell of blood filled the air, and this horrifying scene caused the other dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to pale. A few of the more timid women even turned pale and began retching. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. He had never expected this little brat to be so ruthless as to kill him without any hesitation. For Yang Kai, at first, he had no intention of taking this man's life, only intending to teach him a lesson as an example to others, so that others who had ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain would retreat. However, as the situation developed, The cultivator surnamed Hai's irresponsible words, and the red-haired old man's attitude, had caused Yang Kai to want to kill him. As such, Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with the other party. A trivial force on the limitless ocean was nothing in his eyes. After the tragic death of the cultivator surnamed Hai, the red-haired old man was naturally enraged. His red hair fluttering in the wind as his aura soared wildly. Gritting his teeth, he spat. "Little brat, this old master will make you pay with your blood." The one who had died was the most elite disciple of Sea Heart sect, so this loss was not small. This time, he had been ordered to stay near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, and had deliberately brought the cultivator surnamed Hai with him in order to hone his skills. How could he have imagined that this man would die so tragically? Once he returned, he would likely be punished. The cultivator surnamed Hai was a direct descendant of the sect's great elder. Daring to act presumptuously on my Dragon Cave Mountain, none of you should even think about leaving alive. Yang Kai's expression became fierce. Killing one was killing. Killing a group was also killing. It made no difference to him. On the other hand, the more people he killed, the better the deterrent effect would be, lest some ignorant fools try to expropriate Dragon Cave Mountain from time to time. "Oh, it's so lively here." Just as Yang Kai and the red-haired old man were about to go all out, a surprised voice called out from the distance. Immediately after, two streams of light flew over while two powerful divine senses, belonging to Origin returning realm masters, swept over. Perceiving the strength of these newcomers, the red-haired old man's expression became solemn as he hurriedly looked over. On the other hand, Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise and understanding. Brother Yang seems to be about to fight with someone." Immediately after the first person's voice, a gentle female voice called out. "And brother saw it. But I wonder which blind fool actually dared to provoke Dragon Cave Mountain. How interesting." The male voice that spoke before seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When the red-haired old man heard this, his heart couldn't help jumping, wondering if Dragon Cave Mountain could not be provoked. Wasn't it just a small force attached to Shadow Moon Hall? The red-haired old man frowned, but he wasn't stupid, immediately restraining his murderous intent and putting on a dignified expression. In the blink of an eye, the two streams of light arrived in front of them and converged to reveal the true faces of these two people. One of them had a tall and imposing figure and an extraordinary aura, his eyes shining brightly. Being stared at by this man, the red-haired old man felt a prickling sensation in his heart, causing the uneasiness in his heart to grow stronger. The other was a graceful woman with a gentle demeanor, nestling up to the man like a little bird. The two of them looked extremely intimate, obviously having an extraordinary relationship. After the woman landed on the ground, her beautiful eyes looked around curiously. After seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Yang Kai, the woman called out in surprise, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, you're also here." "Xianer," Dai Yuan smiled. Chapter 1368. Brother Wei. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the man. The two newcomers were one of his few friends, Shadow Moon Hall's disciples, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Wei Gucheng responded happily. It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Wei and Sister Dong to have both broken through to the Origin returning realm." "Congratulations," Yang Kai said sincerely. After returning from the Luyin Desert last time, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xianer entered retreat to prepare to break through to the Origin returning realm. Now that they had met again, the two of them had succeeded and reached this realm one after the other. Moreover, from the auras and Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Yang Kai could tell that their cultivations had already stabilized. Otherwise, they would not have run out of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. On the other hand, Dai Yuan had also said last time that she wanted to enter retreat to break through to the Origin returning realm, but for some reason, she had not done so. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Dai Yuan, and found that she was holding hands with Dong Xianer, whispering intimately to each other. Dai Yuan blushed and spat while Dong Xianer smiled. her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing over towards Yang Kai. No matter who it was, both of them seemed to treat the red-haired old man and the Sea Heart sect disciples as air, ignoring them completely. The red-haired old man was naturally angry, but after taking a closer look at Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, and remembering how Yang Kai had addressed them, his expression changed slightly, and he cupped his fist solemnly. "May I ask if your excellency is Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall?" Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded lightly. "And it is this way. What advice does senior have for me?" Although his seniority and age were much lower than the red-haired old man's, with his current cultivation, there was no need for Wei Guchang to be too polite, so his tone was neither salty nor light. I don't dare. The red-haired old man was shocked. Although Wei Guchang had only just broken through to the origin returning realm, his name had already spread across Shadowed Star. In terms of aptitude and cultivation speed, the red-haired old man could not catch up to him. These famous young talents were all future rulers of Shadowed Star. If he offended him now, he would definitely suffer in the future. After knowing that the other party was Wei Guchang, how could the red-haired old man dare to be impudent? From the close relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain's master and Wei Guchang, it was impossible for him to avenge his sect's disciple. But swallowing such a grievance would only hurt the dignity of Sea Heart sect. For a moment he hesitated, not knowing what to do. At the same time, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. If the cultivator surnamed Hai had not been blind enough to provoke such a person, how could he have been so restrained? If it had been a cultivator from a small clan or faction, the other party would have killed first, and he would have taken revenge later. There was no problem at all. But now, there was no hope for revenge, so whether he could escape unscathed was up to the other party. "Brother Yang, what's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Wei Guchang suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Are there people here to fight?" This Wei has only just broken through, and has been worrying about not having a chance to test out what he has learned. If there really is such an opportunity, why don't you give it to this Wei? Yang Kai's confident look made the red-haired old man's face become even uglier. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's not a big deal. It's just that someone has taken a fancy to my Dragon Cave Mountain and wants to expropriate this place." Expropriate? Wei Guchang raised his brow and sneered. Such bold words. This Wei doesn't mind explaining who wants to expropriate this precious land. That being said, Wei Guchang still glared at the red-haired old man with an unfriendly expression. The red-haired old man was secretly shocked, but he quickly understood the situation and quickly cupped his fists. "Nephew Wei misunderstands. This is just this sect's inner disciple speaking recklessly. It's not a big deal, just a misunderstanding." This old man was also a flexible character. When he said these words, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of resentment, as if he didn't even care about the death of an elite disciple just now. A misunderstanding? Wei Guchang had no intention of letting this matter go, pointing to the broken body on the ground and saying, "This misunderstanding is a bit too big. How could there be someone who died here?" The red-haired old man's eyes narrowed as his face twitched slightly. "Nephew Wei can rest assured, this blind thing's death is not to be regretted. This old master will order people to clean up this place, so this precious land won't be sullied." Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-haired old man for a long time before chuckling and turning to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, what do you think? Since it's a misunderstanding, there's nothing to say. However, this kind of misunderstanding shouldn't happen again, so as to avoid provoking a bloody disaster." Yang Kai looked at the red-haired old man with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This old master will remember your excellency's words, and will definitely restrain this disciple in the future." The red-haired old man nodded lightly, but seeing that neither Wei Guchang nor Yang Kai had any intention of speaking again, he ordered his sect's inner disciple to clean up the broken body and blood in front of him, before cupping his fists and leading the dozen Sea Heart sect disciples away. Looking at this man's disappearing back, Wei Guchang's brow furrowed as he warned, "Brother Yang, be careful of this person. This person is capable of enduring humiliation and will definitely not give up." I know, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Yang Kai grinned, not caring at all. This way will have to apologize to Brother Yang. It is not that I am deliberately trying to obstruct you, but you should also be aware of the current situation in Shadow Moon Hall. If a conflict really breaks out here and causes conflict between Shadow Moon Hall and the forces behind this person, giving other forces an excuse, my Shadow Moon Hall. I know, Brother Wei doesn't need to worry about it. Yang Kai certainly understood what he meant. In fact, if Wei Guchang hadn't come just now, he would have already started a massacre, which was bound to lead to a series of conflicts. Shadow Moon Hall would not ignore this, and with the current chaotic situation, any conflict could lead to a major dispute. However, since Wei Guchang had stepped in, Yang Kai had no choice but to give him some face. Let's not talk about this for now, please come in. Yang Kai chuckled, waved his hand, opened the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain, and led Wei Guchang and the others inside. As soon as he set foot in this place, the rich world energy aura rushed towards him from all directions. Wei Guchang took a deep breath and couldn't help praising. Brother Yang, your Dragon Cave Mountain is truly amazing. Now it has actually gathered such rich world energy. It's not much worse than the earth veins of my Shadow Moon Hall. Brother Wei is too kind. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated. How could it compare to Shadow Moon Hall? However, the world energy aura here is more than enough for a few dozen people to cultivate. The scenery here is also quite good. I've been telling brother that if there is a chance, you should come here for a few days to relax. I'm just worried that Brother Yang would not welcome us. Dong Xianer pursed her lips and smiled. Haha. Yang Kai laughed. Sister Xianer also knows how to say such probing words. If the few of you want to come, how could I not welcome you? The doors of Dragon Cave Mountain are always open to you. When Dong Xianer heard this, her pretty face blushed and she stuck out her tongue, looking quite embarrassed. Just as she was feeling embarrassed though, she suddenly saw something and couldn't help calling out. Wei Guchang also raised his brow and looked over in surprise. Brother Yang, you actually have a sentient wood here? What they were looking at was none other than the Yang attribute divine tree. Since it was released from the Black Book space by Yang Kai, the divine tree had been living on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it did not have 4 limbs, making it difficult for it to move about. Sometimes when it was in the mood, it would move its nest. At this moment, the divine tree was moving its nest, its roots twirling around like oars as it moved forward bit by bit. On the thick trunk of the divine tree, there was a withered face, and although it looked like an old man, its facial features were clearly defined. This was clearly a sign that the divine tree had gained sentience. Seemingly hearing these voices, the divine tree paused and looked over, its leaves rustling, and a moment later, 2 rope-like branches stretched down from the tree and reached out to Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. At the front of each branch was a golden fruit that exuded a fragrant aroma, and the withered face on the divine tree's trunk seemed to be smiling amiably. This, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan looked at each other, both showing looks of surprise before immediately reaching out and accepting the fruit while thanking the tree profusely. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen the divine tree do such a thing, so while he was secretly surprised, he was also overjoyed. It seemed that the divine tree's sentience had become more comprehensive than before. Releasing it would be of great benefit to its evolution. After the tree of God sent out the 2 fruits, it continued to move its roots and moved forward. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing. This sentient wood actually has a male and female gift? Why do my 2 little sisters get one while I don't? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. This was just a small interlude. Although the divine tree's fruit wasn't anything special, it was the first time Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan had received such a special gift, so they naturally treasured it. Yang Kai led the group forward. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the group from Sea Heart Sect, led by the red-haired old man, were all grieving and wearing ugly expressions. They had thought that their martial uncle had arrived, and would definitely be able to avenge the cultivator surnamed Hai, but in the end, he had to leave in such a dejected manner. Naturally, Everyone was feeling quite uncomfortable, and the atmosphere was heavy. At this moment, there was actually another origin returning realm cultivator blocking their path, causing the red-haired old man to fly into a rage. He had just feigned civility, and didn't dare act too presumptuously in front of Wei Guchang. But what was the origin of this person in front of him? How could he block their path without saying a word? If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have any malicious intent, the red-haired old man would have attacked directly. What business does this friend have with us? Why are you blocking our path? The red-haired old man held his breath as he stared at the other party coldly. Brother Chui doesn't need to be nervous. This one is a friend, not an enemy. The man smiled lightly. You know my origins? The red-haired old man heard this man call out his surname and couldn't help showing a cold expression as he showed a look of vigilance. Chapter 1369. Haha. Although Sea Heart Sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, far from here, its influence is not weak. This one has heard a lot about it, and in Sea Heart Sect, only Brother Chui has such red hair. The cultivator standing in front of the group from Sea Heart Sect explained with a calm expression. After listening to this compliment, the red-haired old man's expression relaxed slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance and asked, Who are you? My surname is Xia. The man showed an unfathomable smile. Xia, what does that have to do with me? The red-haired old man frowned. The cultivator surnamed Xia frowned, looking a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he asked tentatively, How long has it been since Brother Chui arrived here? Only 3 days, but what does that have to do with you? The red-haired old man was a little confused by the other party's words. Not only did this person not state his purpose for coming here, but he also did not reveal his identity, which was very suspicious. On top of that, he even asked these mindless questions, which made the red-haired old man impatient. So that's how it is. Presumably, Brother Chui has not carefully inquired about the situation around Heavenly Fate City, right? The cultivator surnamed Xia seemed to understand and smiled slightly. The red-haired old man coldly snorted. So what? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. The cultivator surnamed Xia chuckled. Brother Chui, please don't take offense. If that is the case, it is not difficult to explain why your sect's disciples went to Dragon Cave Mountain to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Stroke the tiger's whiskers? The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. That small mountain? Are they even worthy? The cultivator surnamed Xia said lightly. If this Xia told Brother Chui that the owner of that small mountain has a good relationship with Qian Tong's elder, and there are even rumors that he has some relationship with City Lord Fei Ji too, and that a first-order origin returning realm cultivator died at his hands, would Brother Chui still look down on him? What? The red-haired old man's face paled, his expression becoming gloomy as he shouted, Is this true? This Xia has no reason to lie to you. Even if that's the case, so what? He killed my elite disciple, so he must pay with his blood. The red-haired old man shouted fiercely, although the information that this cultivator surnamed Xia told him made him somewhat afraid. Today's matter was of great importance. He had no choice but to think of a way to take revenge. If he didn't act, he wouldn't even be able to return to the Sea Heart Sect. Haha, that's exactly what Brother Chui said. The cultivator surnamed Xia laughed loudly when he heard this. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a low voice, I'll be honest with you, Brother Chui. The origin returning realm master, who died at the hands of that mountain's owner, is an elder of my Xia family. My Xia family is absolutely irreconcilable with that little brat. Oh, the red-haired old man seemed a little surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and down at the cultivator in front of him and said hesitantly, There is a deacon named Xieli in the Shadow Moon Hall. And you? Xieli is this humble one's cousin. The cultivator surnamed Xia smiled slightly. Hearing this, the red-haired old man was overjoyed. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and cupped his fists politely. So it's Brother Xia. This Chui has been neglectful. It's fine, it's fine. The cultivator surnamed Xia waved his hand indifferently and said affectionately, It's not your fault that you didn't know. Brother Chui is stationed nearby, with your disciples to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the Xie family for a while? Although my Xie clan isn't considered to be a very large clan, we can still spare a few rooms in a good side courtyard. That's great. I wonder if I'll be disturbing your family. The red-haired old man was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find a good place to stay, but he didn't expect someone to invite him here. Moreover, from what this person said just now, it seemed that he had a deep grudge with the owner of the small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a sense of camaraderie with him and agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although the red-haired old man knew that the other party seemed to have the intention of borrowing his strength, he didn't care. Brother Cui is too polite. It's an honor for your sect to be able to stay in the Xie family. This way, please. Let's have a good chat as we walk. This humble one is looking forward to the limitless ocean, but has never had a chance to go. The cultivator surnamed Xie invited. Please, the red-haired old man said politely. Then, the two of them led a dozen or so Xie Heart sect disciples to the Xie family's headquarters. The cultivator surnamed Xie was very talkative, and along the way, he kept talking with the red-haired old man about strange people and strange things. He also expressed his yearning for the limitless ocean, allowing the red-haired old man to immediately feel what it meant to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yang Kai's situation. After learning that his backer was actually the Qian Tong, the red-haired old man's expression couldn't help changing slightly. If this was the case, the difficulty of revenge would not be small. Moreover, the Xie family could be considered to be within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to openly oppose Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what the red-haired old man was worried about, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news made the red-haired old man overjoyed, and he felt more and more that his decision to go to the Xie family was the right one. As long as Shadow Moon Hall did not interfere with the strength of the Xie family and his own forces, wouldn't destroying a small mountain be a simple matter? Thinking so, the red-haired old man's expression became fierce, as if he could already see Yang Kai being torn to pieces. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Yang Kai welcomed Wei Guchang and the others in. After the hosts and guests were seated, Wu personally served up a few plates of spirit fruits and ordered some fragrant tea before withdrawing. Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xianer's salute. To Yang Kai's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed sincerely to him along with Dong Xianer. What is Brother Wei doing? Yang Kai was stunned and quickly got up to help the two of them up. Wei Guchang grinned. This Wei has lived for many years, but has never admired anyone. Even Chu Chong Feng and Fang Tianshun are not worthy of this Wei lowering his head. Brother Yang, you are the first and only one. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and understood why Wei Guchang was acting so solemnly, waving his hand and saying, Brother Wei is too serious. Elder Qian being able to escape last time had little to do with me. You must have heard the specific details from Elder Qian. I only followed City Lord Fei into the Emperor Garden for a walk. If not for City Lord Fei triggering the spirit array, I'm afraid I would have been trapped inside as well. But I know that if it weren't for you, Brother Yang, Kai He and Du Cc would have died. If the two of them had fallen inside the Emperor Garden, their two families would have inevitably resented my Shadow Moon Hall. So in any case, Xian and I should thank you. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't try to explain himself. The more he said, the more hypocritical he would sound. On the other hand, Dai Yuan, who was listening nearby, stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have actually entered the Emperor Garden. Unfortunately, Xianer and I were in the middle of consolidating our cultivations at that time, so we didn't know anything about the outside world. If we hadn't heard about it by chance after coming out of seclusion, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. A trace of sadness flashed across Wei Guchang's face. Although he was not a disciple of Qian Tong, and had instead been cultivating with the Chief Hall Master, after so many years, Qian Tong had treated him like one of his own. When Qian Tong was in trouble, Wei Guchang couldn't help blaming himself every time he thought about it. The seniors of Shadow Moon Hall were only thinking about the two of you. You two have just broken through to the origin returning realm, and need to consolidate your cultivation. So how could they tell you such things and disturb your state of mind? Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Wei, why have you come here today? Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang's sullen appearance and quickly changed the subject. Nothing important. I just came here to deliver an invitation. Wei Guchang chuckled and gestured to Dong Xianer. The latter understood, and took out a golden invitation from his space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. Whose invitation is this? Could it be that Brother Wei and Sister Xian are going to have a good time together? Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully. Dong Xianer immediately blushed and spat before running over to Dai Yuan's side, somewhat embarrassed to see anyone. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. That's not the case, but there will always be an opportunity. When that day comes, I will definitely not forget to send an invitation to Brother Yang. However, this invitation is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked down stunned. Treasure Trove Pavilion? In Treasure Trove Pavilion, Wei Guchang returned to his seat, picked up his cup of tea, and took a sip before slowly saying, an invitation to Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Is Brother Yang interested in attending? Yang Kai did not answer immediately. Speaking of which, he had participated in a previous auction, hosted by Treasure Trove Pavilion, and gained quite a bit, so he was somewhat interested in this kind of thing. However, it wasn't as if he had to attend. Moreover, with the current situation, Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly wanting to hold an auction was a mystery. Oh, it's still in Heavenly Fate City? Yang Kai was even more surprised now. From what he knew about Treasure Trove Pavilion, this great force was the largest merchant union on Shadowed Star, and focused on earning Saint Crystals. Their auction would be held every few years or so, but the location of each auction was not fixed. Each time, it would be held in one of the cities belonging to the various great forces. Now only a few years had passed since the last auction, but it was actually being held in Heavenly Fate City again. Obviously, this was a break from the past because strictly speaking, the next auction in Heavenly Fate City should be held in 100 years. Naturally, it will be held in Heavenly Fate City, now that all the great forces have gathered here, and the Emperor Garden has appeared. Even if Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't hold the auction in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid no one would agree, Wei Guchang chuckled. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. Now there were countless cultivator groups gathered in Heavenly Fate City, large and small, so taking advantage of this opportunity to hold an auction was a win-win situation. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden had appeared, and although it was temporarily impossible to enter, no one could say when it would open. Many cultivator groups were already preparing ahead of time, trying to enhance their strength, so they could rush in and get a share of the profits once the Emperor Garden opened. Under such circumstances, once the auction was held, there would definitely be a flood of guests. After all, last time, Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken advantage of the opening of the Lu Yin Sand Field to hold an auction, resulting in a huge harvest. This time, Treasure Trove Pavilion obviously intended to repeat the same trick. Chapter 1370. As for why Treasure Trove Pavilion had specifically sent him an invitation, it wasn't difficult to explain. After all, at the auction a few years ago, the final auction items had all been delivered by Yang Kai. Others might not know this information, but Treasure Trove Pavilion should know. What's more, with the financial resources Dragon Cave Mountain had shown so far, they were fully qualified to participate in this auction. This invitation was specially given to Elder Qian by old Sir Yin Pei. He ordered this way to deliver it to you. If Brother Yang has time, you might as well take a look, Wei Guchang chuckled. Hearing him mention Yin Pei, Yang Kai immediately thought of that old charcoal-like face, and thought about it for a moment before asking. Senior Yin specifically asked you to deliver this invitation. It wasn't just an invitation, right? What else is there? Wei Guchang rubbed his nose and shook his head with a wry smile. Xian I told you, Brother Yang is extremely shrewd. Even if we didn't mention it, he would definitely realize it. Dong Xian also smiled bitterly to the side. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and said, Brother Wei, please speak frankly, you and I are not outsiders. Wei Guchang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Senior Yin did have something he wanted me to convey, but I didn't want to mention it. But since Brother Yang has said so, I won't beat around the bush. Senior Yin hopes you can provide him with a few more final auction items. Final auction items? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and curled his lips. What does he think this place is? An endless treasure trove? How could there be so many final auction items? Wei Guchang shrugged helplessly. These were indeed Yen Pei's original words. If it weren't for Elder Qian having a good relationship with Yen Pei, Wei Guchang wouldn't have acted as a messenger. Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded. Then I'll go back and tell Elder Qian that there are no more treasures here. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, he really did have a lot of treasures in his hands. If he took them out to auction, he would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention. Even if he didn't, it wasn't too late to ask Yang Yen to refine a few origin-grade high-rank artifacts. The Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared, so presumably, origin-grade high-rank artifacts would be in high demand. However, Yang Kai was well aware that a tall tree attracts the wind. Last time, he had accidentally taken out a few items that had caused many great conflicts on Shadowed Star. So if he took them out this time, he would definitely attract some people. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. He couldn't say he wouldn't do something so stupid as showing off his wealth. Yang is to say is Wei Guchang said. Yang's for you is S for you. Wei Guchang chuckled. On the back of the invitation in your hand, there are some items that will be auctioned in this auction. Oh. Yang Kai heard this, and suddenly became interested. Flipping to the back of the invitation, he quickly found that what Wei Guchang said was true. There were some exquisite patterns printed on these pages, as well as some simple descriptions of the items that would be auctioned at this time's auction. There were top-grade artifacts, pills that could increase one's cultivation, powerful secret techniques, and rare and hard-to-find materials. Yang Kai browsed through them one by one, and was secretly shocked by Treasure Trove Pavilion's wealth. This great force really had its own uniqueness. The last auction they held was only a few years ago, yet now they had collected so many good things. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of connections they had. However, although these things were good, they didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't a matter of grade, but rather that Yang Kai had no use for them even if he bought them. Whether it was artifacts, pills, or secret techniques, Yang Kai had plenty of them, so he naturally wasn't interested in this auction. However, when he flipped to the last page, his expression suddenly froze as he stared at a pattern on the page. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes, before they were immediately replaced by ecstasy. Although this change in expression was extremely quick, it still couldn't escape the observation of everyone present. Seeing this, Wei Guchang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has really found something he needs. He has indeed found something, but I didn't expect Treasure Trove Pavilion to be able to take out such a thing. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. In front of these people, there was no need for him to hide anything, so he solemnly put away the invitation and asked, "When will this auction begin?" 1 month from now. The location will be the same as last time. Has Brother Yang decided to go? Such a grand event, naturally I can't miss it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Then this way will be waiting for you. Wei Guchang also showed a look of joy. He was also going to attend the auction, and being able to go with a like-minded friend naturally wouldn't be too boring. Next, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. After all, the group hadn't seen each other for several years since their last retreat, and Yang Kai had now broken through to the Third Order Saint King realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Origin Returning realm. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had both just experienced this process, so they didn't hold back and shared their experiences with each other, allowing Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to benefit greatly. In particular, Dai Yuan listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions when she didn't understand. Wei Guchang and Dai Yuan naturally patiently explained everything to her, without showing any signs of impatience. After a full half a day, the two of them bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Dong Xian invited Dai Yuan to Shadow Moon Hall, to which the latter readily agreed. After the two from the Shadow Moon Hall left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter shot him a disdainful look before her ugly face suddenly distorted, and in the next moment, her original appearance appeared in front of Yang Kai. Skin like jade, eyebrows like the moon, eyes like stars, a jade nose and red lips. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her appearance was enough to turn all living things upside down. This sudden change in appearance stunned Yang Kai. Dai Yuan brushed her hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. Junior brother Yang, do you think this appearance is more pleasing to the eye? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he shook his head and said, appearance is nothing more than a person's outer appearance. Whether or not they are ugly or beautiful, whether or not they are bestowed by their parents is not important. The most important thing about a person is their innermost being. Dai Yuan nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to nod, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. But this appearance is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. After all, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Dai Yuan was extremely annoyed and glared at him fiercely, her peerless face disappearing in an instant and being replaced by a yellowish, black and pockmarked face. Just now, she had almost naively believed Yang Kai's words and felt quite moved. But how could she have known that this feeling would be instantly destroyed by Yang Kai? Yang Kai lightly coughed, knowing that he had annoyed her, quickly changing the subject. By the way, what does Sister Dai Yuan need my help with this visit? What? Do you think I came here to ask for your help? Can't I just take a look? Am I not welcome here? Dai Yuan snorted, clearly not liking Yang Kai. That's not it. Yang Kai knew that he had misspoken again and didn't know what to do for a while. Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. Only you can lie to me, but I can't joke around? I won't hide it from you this time. I really do need your help. Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he quickly said, if there's anything I can help with, Sister Dai Yuan, please don't hesitate to ask. Dai Yuan lightly opened her lips and said bluntly, an origin condensing pill. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Dai Yuan explained, originally, I was preparing to break through to the origin returning realm after a while, but now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, time will not wait for me, so I need an origin condensing pill to assist me. This shouldn't be difficult for Brother Yang, right? Not at all. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Besides Wu Yi and Yang Yin, Dai Yuan also knew that he was an alchemist. After all, he had used his alchemy skills to help her expel the poison last time. A trivial origin condensing pill, with Yang Kai's current methods, naturally wouldn't take much effort to refine. Dai Yuan smiled happily and said, I've already prepared the materials, so I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang. Saying so, she took out a few sets of herbs to refine the origin condensing pill from her space ring. Yang Kai didn't act polite with her, accepting them and saying, you can stay here for a while. I'll bring you the origin condensing pill tomorrow. Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining the origin condensing pill was indeed a simple task for Yang Kai, taking only a stick of incense worth of time to complete. But he still waited until the next day to personally hand this pill over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan accepted it and naturally thanked him profusely. Immediately after, she told Yang Kai that Colored Glass Sect had also sent a number of people to Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, including her junior sister Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai, like Wei Guchang, had also broken through to the origin returning realm, but it had only been a short time, and she was still consolidating her cultivation. She also seemed to have some malicious intentions towards Yang Kai, so Dai Yuan warned Yang Kai to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face. After asking a few questions, he immediately concluded that after leaving Colored Glass Sect last time, his conflict with Yin Su Dai, and even his killing of a Colored Glass Sect disciple, had not been exposed. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had not reported it to the sect, and had used some kind of method to cover up the death of her fellow disciple. However, this was good news for Yang Kai. Su Dai being willing to cover up this matter was something he was more than happy to accept. Next, Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally talked about the changes in Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. When this woman talked about this, she shot him a meaningful look. Fortunately, she had no intention of continuing the conversation, and only mentioned it briefly before moving on. After finally sending Dai Yuan off, Yang Kai stood in front of his cave mansion with a contemplative look on his face. Yang Inflammation appeared beside him like a ghost and frowned. Listening to that woman's tone, she seems to know something. Others may not know, but that doesn't mean she doesn't. After all, the stone mongoose entered Colored Glass Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I covered up my tracks, if she investigated carefully, she may have discovered something. On top of that, she also cultivates the Thousand Illusion colored glass art, so she may have some kind of connection with Colored Glass Mountain, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, his guess wasn't far off. The reason why Dai Yuan knew something was wrong with Colored Glass Mountain was largely because she cultivated the colored glass secret art. Chapter 1371. Then what should we do? Yang Inflammation asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. She specifically mentioned this place because she wanted to tell me not to worry. Most people in Colored Glass sect are unaware of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to ask me to refine an origin condensing pill. That being said, it's still best to be careful. After all, Colored Glass Mountain is Colored Glass sect's most precious treasure. Once news of this matter leaks out, Colored Glass sect will definitely not let this matter rest. I know what's important, Yang Kai gently nodded. Right, Qianyu isn't in retreat right now, right? No. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Tell her to come to me. I have something I need to see her about, Yang Kai said before turning around and walking towards the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, seemingly contemplating something. Noticing that someone was approaching from outside, Yang Kai immediately opened the barrier and let this person in. Sure enough, it was Qianyu. Yang Kai, are you looking for me? Qianyu asked. Come and sit. Yang Kai gestured to her, and although Qianyu didn't understand why, she still came over and sat down cross-legged on one of the praying mats, looking around curiously, a look of interest appearing on her face. Speaking of which, besides Yang Kai himself, Yang Inflammation was the one who came and went the most frequently in this cave mansion. Only when a cultivator of Dragon Cave Mountain was about to break through a bottleneck would they enter retreat, an especially prepared room outside the cave mansion to cultivate. This was because one could feel a trace of the aura of the 9-branched jade crystal tree there, and with the assistance of the 10,000-year incense, it was of great benefit to a cultivator's breakthrough. This was the first time Qianyu had come here, so she was naturally curious. This was one of the most secret places on Dragon Cave Mountain. Why are you looking for me? Qianyu looked around for a while before asking with a solemn expression. She and Yang Kai were both from Tongxian realm, and although her strength was enough to overlook Yang Kai many years ago, the fact that she had such a good cultivation environment and a large number of cultivation resources was all thanks to Yang Kai. Not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had long surpassed hers. As such, Qianyu could only treat Yang Kai as an equal, and even felt a faint trace of awe in her heart. I'll need your help. Qianyu smiled faintly. All right, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Just tell me what you need help with. Qianyu, Qianyu's soul, Qianyu's name. You, Qianyu what? You, Yang. Estas was tiestut. To ask Yang she. Letting someone else's soul avatar enter one's knowledge, was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who were most trusted or close to one's heart would do such a thing. After all, a person's knowledge contained too many secrets, and no one would want outsiders to know about them. The last time Yang Kai entered Yang Yun's knowledge it was because Yang Yun had taken the initiative to release his divine sense defenses. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have been able to break into it. Now, hearing Yang Kai say this, Qianyu was naturally surprised, but at the same time also felt a trace of gratitude. Regardless of what Yang Kai's original intention was for making such a request, since he had said so, he obviously did not consider her an outsider. I can enter, but what do you want me to do? Do you need me to cultivate some kind of secret technique? Qianyu guessed casually. No, you don't need to think too much about it. I just want you to find a place, Yang Kai explained. Find a place. Qianyu frowned, becoming even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's knowledge sea to find a place? Find the place where you separated from Su Yan. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, not waiting for Qianyu to ask. You'll understand when you come in. It's too troublesome to explain. Although Qianyu was still confused, she no longer hesitated and nodded lightly. Then release your knowledge sea defenses. Yang Kai nodded lightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared and hovered above his knowledge sea. Not long after, Yang Kai felt another wave of spiritual energy rush into his knowledge sea. Frowning, he did not resist and allowed it to enter. A moment later, a light flashed in front of him, and Qianyu's soul avatar appeared. As soon as she appeared, she could not help crying out as she hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to resist the scorching heat coming from all directions. The situation of Yang Kai's knowledge sea was similar to the Yang inflammation, but it was much more powerful. The seawater below was like a raging inferno, so Qianyu, who was only a first-order Saint King, was naturally affected. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy that wrapped around Qianyu, isolating her from the impact of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Your knowledge sea, it's really dangerous, Qianyu muttered as she looked around. Qianyu wore a look of lingering fear as she swept her eyes around. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai's divine sense had mutated and was now extremely powerful. If it weren't for Yang Kai deliberately shielding her, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to her and took the lead to fly up into the sky, at the same time pushing his divine sense. In the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Above Qianyu's knowledge sea, a sky full of twinkling stars, like a dense cluster of fireflies. Immediately, these stars spread out in all directions, rapidly expanding. Qianyu felt her vision blur, and involuntarily had the illusion that she was in a starry sky. This is... Qianyu's face filled with shock. Looking around, she quickly discovered that the scene around her had changed drastically. If not for her consciousness being clear enough to know that this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she would definitely have mistakenly thought she had arrived in a star field again. Looking at this seemingly familiar scene, Qianyu could not help recalling the various hardships she had experienced when she, Ice Master Qingya, and the others passed through the star field gate above Ice Sect and entered star territory. Those stars were so huge and dazzling that it was daunting to look at. They couldn't help but feel how small they were. The despair-inducing starry sky storm and the boundless sea of asteroids appeared before their eyes one by one. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the several Ice Sect elders, Qianyu's expression became gloomy. All of these scenes from the past were now vivid in her mind, as if they were just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Yang Kai. Qianyu turned her head and looked at him, a trace of loneliness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Now to her, Yang Kai was probably the only person she was familiar with. She didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the star field. Involuntarily, Qianyu whispered, Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongxian realm. I want to go back to Ice Sect. The soft spot in her heart seemed to have been completely exposed because of this scene, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light as he said lightly, Such a day will come, but before that, you need to improve your strength first. Yang Kai's voice seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing Qianyu's beautiful eyes to become a little confused. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned and shouted. This shout exploded in Qianyu's ears like spring thunder, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she regained her usual vigor. After understanding what had happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw this strange star field just now, a huge flaw had appeared in her heart. This flaw might seem insignificant now, but if left alone, it would definitely become a heart demon that would become a huge hidden danger when she attempted to break through. Once this heart demon broke out at the critical juncture of a breakthrough, it would cause her to fail her breakthrough and suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, her soul would be destroyed on the spot. Although Yang Kai's words were light, he had faintly used the power of his soul attack to awaken her from her weakness and memories. After understanding this, how could Qianyu not be grateful? At the same time, she also felt a little relieved, secretly feeling that compared to Yang Kai's tenacity, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Qianyu calmed her chaotic mood and asked, "What is this? Why are there these things in your knowledge sea?" Star. Yang Kai stood next to her and stared at the stars that were exuding strong and weak light. This star was something Yang Kai obtained from a chart master, who belonged to Purple Star, when he first entered star territory. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter this chart master named Wuxia had. But after his Purple Star starship exploded, he died tragically on the spot, and his soul was swallowed by Yang Kai. After Yang Kai purified his soul with his demon eye of annihilation, this star was left behind. Yang Kai had also explored this star before, but he hadn't put too much effort into it, and after arriving on Shadowed Star, he had no opportunity to use this star, so he hadn't studied it. However, since finding Qianyu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others in the star field, Yang Kai began to use this star in his knowledge sea to search. He had carefully asked Qianyu about the location where she had been separated from Su Yan and the others, and now he had found several similar locations, but he couldn't be certain, so he had asked Qianyu to enter his knowledge sea so she could identify them. Yang Kai had no way to find Su Yan right now, but if he could determine her approximate location, Yang Kai would have a direction to work towards. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star to Qianyu, the latter's eyes flashed brilliantly, as if she had never imagined there would be such a magical thing in the territory of star. The profession of chart master was almost non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely isolated and had no way to communicate with the outside world. Occasionally, some people would venture deep into the star field, but they would only search for ores and Saint crystals nearby, so chart masters had no future on this star. "You mean this star contains all the stars in star's territory?" Qianyu asked with surprise and joy. "And, even if it isn't all of them, it shouldn't be far off." Yang Kai nodded. "What about Tongxian realm?" Qianyu turned to look at him. "Do you want to see?" Yang Kai grinned. Qianyu nodded repeatedly, an eager expression on her face. "I'll take you there." Yang Kai waved his hand and wrapped Qianyu in his spiritual energy, quickly leading her through the territory of this star. Chapter 1372. As the bright stars passed by, Qianyu felt like she could reach out and touch them, but she knew that these seemingly real stars were actually just reflections of the star, not real. Shuttling through the star field, Qianyu felt like she was in a dream. Here, not only was there a dazzling sun star, but there was also a moon star that exuded a faint light, countless lifeless dead stars, and an asteroid sea that caused Qianyu's complexion to pale. It was as if the entire star territory had been shrunk countless times and placed here. She flew forward silently with Yang Kai, and after what seemed like an eternity, Yang Kai suddenly came to a stop, a complex look on his face as he stared forward silently. Following his gaze, Qianyu saw a faint blue stars. These stars weren't very eye-catching in the entire star territory, as there were countless stars more dazzling than them. But at this moment, these stars had become all that Qianyu could see. Staring at these stars in a daze, she felt as if she had seen her home, her heart filled with warmth. Tongxian Realm. These stars were the hometown she yearned for day and night, Tongxian Realm where she had been born and raised. After entering the star field from Ice Sect, Qianyu had once looked back and seen the exact same scene she was seeing now. The faint blue stars were like brilliant blue roses, infatuating her and making her reluctant to part with them. But at that time, she had no choice but to follow Ice Master Qingya and leave her homeland. Qianyu burst into tears. Even if she was a Saint King realm cultivator, even if she had cultivated for several dozen years, but at this moment, she was still unable to control her emotions, like a wanderer far away from home, the deep longing in her heart bursting forth at this moment. Yang Kai didn't say anything. When he explored the star field alone and found the stars where Tongxian realm was, his emotions were no better than Qianyu's. But he was a man, so his way of expressing his emotions was different. After a long time, Qianyu gradually stopped sobbing, turned her head to Yang Kai, and asked softly, "Yang Kai, can we still go back there?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, resolutely and decisively. Qianyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yang Kai's answer was groundless, and she couldn't see any hope now, hearing this answer, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled with joy. "Thank you. Thank you." Qianyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really shouldn't have lost his composure in front of a junior. However, when he saw his homeland, he didn't care. She couldn't control her emotions, and all the grievances she had suffered in Joyous Union Pavilion over the years began to surge like a tide. Fortunately, now she was Yang Yu's star, and she was Yang Qianyu. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his spiritual energy bursting out and wrapping Qianyu in his spiritual energy again, gradually pulling her away from the blue star. Qianyu was Xian Shua Xian Zen Xian and Yang, Xian and Xian star Xian Shui, Xian star Xian and Xian Zen. Qianyu looked around for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "It's not here. I remember the asteroid sea there was larger than this one." Yang Kai nodded, and once again wrapped Qianyu up and flew away. Half a day later, the barrier around the cave mansion opened, and Qianyu walked out. Yang Kai sat alone in the cave mansion with a smile on his face. Finally, through Qianyu's identification, Yang Kai had found the location where she had separated from Su Yan and the others. Although Su Yan and the others had also passed through the void corridor at that time, and Yang Kai didn't know where they had gone, this was still an extremely precious clue. At that time, as long as he was strong enough, he could directly go to that place and find the void corridor. Yang Kai could follow the vine to find the melon, and there was a chance he could meet Su Yan again. Of course, all of this would be based on a strong foundation of strength. It was still too early to consider such things. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and a number of herbs before beginning to use alchemy to calm his mood. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain opened, and two figures slowly walked out. Naturally, it was Yang Kai and Yang Yan. The two of them were naturally going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. In fact, Kai Yang's original attitude towards this auction was whether or not he wanted to go. But after seeing a certain item printed on the invitation, he immediately changed his mind. That item was of great use to him, and he had to obtain it no matter what. For this reason, he had taken all the Saint Crystals he had from Wu Yi and prepared to go all out. Currently, Dragon Cave Mountain didn't have a lot of Saint Crystals, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either, a total of 70 million. According to the estimates of Yang Kai and Yang Yan, this amount of Saint Crystals was enough to win that item. After all, although that thing was precious, it was still just a material. Besides someone like Yang Kai who had other uses for it, no one should be willing to spend such a high price to bid for it. Yang Kai still had some confidence in this matter. A trivial 50-kilometer journey, the two of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City on their star shuttles. Currently, Heavenly Fate City was filled with crooks and honest folk. In order to maintain order in the city, City Lord Fei Ji too was under great pressure. He was a person who didn't want to provoke trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the old temple master to place him in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. But now, the Emperor Garden had appeared and floated above Heavenly Fate City, leading to so many cultivators' arrival. The city's spirit array had been fully activated, and no one was allowed to act at will inside the city, otherwise they would be severely punished. Moreover, upon entering the city, there was a powerful barrier that prohibited flying. This was different from the previous rules. In the past, when Yang Kai came to Heavenly Fate City, he had to fly directly in and out. But now, in front of Heavenly Fate City, he had no choice but to land on the ground and enter through the city gate with Yang Yen. The city gate was also crowded with people. Yang Yen shrank under Yang Kai's wings and tried his best to pass through safely. After entering the city, looking at the bustling scene, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yen, both of them felt a headache coming on. The population of Heavenly Fate City was now more than 10 times larger than before. Fortunately, the auction had started today, so there were people in charge of clearing the roads and maintaining order at all the major city gates leading directly to Treasure Trove Pavilion, saving them the trouble of jostling with people and losing their status as elders. Finding the reception area, Yang Kai took out the golden invitation and showed it to the cultivator in charge of receiving them. The cultivator immediately showed a flattering look and respectfully said, "Welcome to my humble tower's auction. Please come this way." Saying so, he turned to a young woman next to him and said, "Qing, show these two honored guests to their private room." Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's cultivations weren't high, there weren't many golden invitations. Yanpei was well aware of the amazing financial resources of Dragon Cave Mountain and hoped that Yang Kai could bring a few more items for the finale of the auction. So the grade of the invitations Dragon Cave Mountain sent out was extremely high. Even if it wasn't as good as those from first-tier sects, it wasn't far off. When the cultivator in charge of receiving guests near the city gate saw this invitation, how could he not be respectful? Hearing his instructions, the young woman who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old immediately stepped forward and said, "Two honored guests, please come with me." Although this young woman wasn't a stunning beauty, she was still quite attractive. Her strength wasn't high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary, but her voice was extremely pleasant, like the chirping of a lark. Every frown and smile she made was filled with charm, as if she had cultivated some kind of seductive technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Treasure Trove Pavilion had put in a lot of effort for this auction. Every great force that came to participate in this auction would have a special young woman to receive them. Treasure Trove Pavilion had countless disciples with such high cultivation, so it wasn't difficult to train them. But this arrangement was likely to win the favor of some cultivator who was fond of feminine charms. Perhaps this cultivator would be so happy that he would spend money like water. The young woman named Qing walked in front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yen towards Treasure Trove Pavilion, explaining as she walked, "Qing will be responsible for all the auction matters for two seniors this time. If two seniors win something, Qing will pay the Saint Crystals on behalf of two seniors and retrieve the auction item. If two seniors have any other instructions, please don't hesitate. Our pavilion master has issued an order that Qing must satisfy all the requirements of two seniors." "All the requirements?" Yang Yen raised his brow, revealing a faint smile. "N." The young woman named Qing gently nodded, her delicate earlobes revealing a touch of seductive pink. Yang Yen chuckled and shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai before immediately whispering something in Qing's ear. The other party's face turned even redder, but she still nodded. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Yang Yen and this young woman, he knew what Yang Yen had asked. This girl's personality seems to have changed since she fell into a coma. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully. She wasn't so bold before, but this wasn't a big deal. He had always felt that Yang Yan's personality was too introverted, so this kind of change was something he was happy to see. Along the way, the streets were filled with people, but with the passage deliberately opened by Treasure Trove Pavilion, the three of them were able to walk through it without any obstructions. A short time later, the trio arrived in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion. There weren't many people in front of this building, only two, but when Yang Kai saw them, his eyes shrank. Because these two were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was the city lord of the city, Fei Ji II, who was standing there with an unhappy look on his face. Originally, he wanted to be free and unfettered, but how could he have known that he would end up in such a mess? As a result, he had no choice but to stand here and deter all the guests. It would be strange if his complexion was good, only slightly better than the person next to him. The one with an even darker face was naturally Yin Pei. Not only was old Black Face's face dark, but his heart was even darker. All the things he auctioned were sold for sky-high prices. The last time he auctioned off an origin condensing pill with pill veins, the price had broken through the hundreds of millions mark, creating a miracle. Chapter 1373. The Masters of Shadowed Star's Great Forces had a love-hate relationship with old Black-Face Yin Pei. They loved him because whenever he took part in an auction, the items he obtained would definitely be of great value, but they hated him because of the ridiculously high prices he charged. Even the Great Forces couldn't stand his exploitation. With 2 third-order origin returning realm masters standing here, it was obvious how much importance Treasure Trove Pavilion attached to this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Jitu or Yin Pei, both showed a smile. When Qing, who was leading the way, saw this, she couldn't help feeling stunned. She hadn't expected that the identity of this young man she was receiving would be so extraordinary that even Great Elder Kuang Lao showed a rare smile, causing her to feel even happier. For Qing, the more distinguished Yang Kai's identity was, the more reward she could receive. If her luck was good, and she was chosen by Yang Kai, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After all, those who came with golden invitations certainly wouldn't lack Saint Crystals. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to step forward and salute. This was the disadvantage of having low seniority. No matter where one went, they would always be dwarfed. Haha, no need to be so polite. Fei Jitu smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up, his expression amiable. Since seeing the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appear in the Emperor Garden last time, Fei Jitu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was still a legendary ancient divine spirit. It could be said that as long as Yang Kai didn't die, as his strength increased, he would be able to exert more and more power from this ancient divine spirit remnant soul. Due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai may not have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the Origin Returning realm, with the help of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, he was absolutely invincible. If Yang Kai didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him while he was still weak, once he was strong enough, it would not be so easy to form a friendship. I heard you got into trouble some time ago, boy. Fei Jitu grinned meaningfully. May I know what senior is referring to? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Stop playing dumb. Did you kill the people from the Sea Heart sect? Fei Jitu glared at him. So it's the Sea Heart sect. That's right, I killed them. Why? Did senior hear some kind of rumor? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's not true. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. However, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, it is still a second-tier sect, and its strength cannot be underestimated. For you to act so recklessly, have you ever considered the consequences? Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, do you expect me to endure being bullied? Seeing this sharp look on his face, Fei Jitu couldn't help laughing. If you could endure, you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had wreaked havoc in Heavenly Fate City, dealing with 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters, and even killing a master from the Xie family. Fei Jitu had long known that Yang Kai was not a law-abiding person, so he simply reminded him lightly. However, I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now residing in the Xie family. The relationship between the two seems to be quite good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's reminder. And in addition, it seems that a force called Flowing Cloud Valley has also settled in the Xie family. In any case, you should be careful. Flowing Cloud Valley? Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. What's wrong? Do you also have a grudge with this Flowing Cloud Valley? Fei Jitu was stunned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Seeing Yang Kai's tacit admission, Fei Ji too was speechless and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Young people are full of energy. Just don't cause trouble in my heavenly fate city. In any case, Flowing Cloud Valley isn't worth mentioning. Junior will remember. Yang Kai gently nodded. Fei Ji too thought that Flowing Cloud Valley was just an insignificant force. But Yang Kai was faintly afraid of it. The reason was simple. Flowing Cloud Valley had Lu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know how he had provoked this Lu Yi, but this person had tried to kill him in the desert with Lu Yen, and although Yang Kai had successfully cut off one of Lu Ye's arms, Lu Yi had still managed to escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Even an elite like Wei Guchang would not be his opponent. Facing this Lu Yi, Yang Kai faintly felt like he was facing the young man named Lung Qing from Star Emperor Mountain. Both of them gave him a great sense of threat, a feeling Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong didn't possess. A trivial Flowing Cloud Valley being able to cultivate such a disciple, even if it was insignificant, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate it, so he had deliberately collected information about Flowing Cloud Valley. Now that he heard Fei Ji too mention it, he naturally thought of Lu Yi. Now that several years had passed, Yang Kai didn't know to what extent Lu Ye's cultivation had progressed. If they were to meet again, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. After all, his strength had improved greatly over the past few years, and he now had countless means to deal with his enemies. After the conversation between Yang Kai and Fei Ji too ended, Yan Pei couldn't wait to continue. Little friend Yang's participation in this auction really brings light to my humble abode. Haha, Senior is too polite. It is Junior's honor to be able to participate in this auction, Yang Kai said modestly. Yan Pei remained amiable and lowered his voice. Does little friend Yang intend to auction some more things? Although the auction items have already been determined, if little friend Yang wishes to auction them, this old master can open the door for you. This is not a difficult matter for this old master. Senior must be joking. The good things my master has accumulated over the years have all been taken out for auction last time, so there really isn't much left to sell now, Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai casually spouted some nonsense. In any case, he had been using his non-existent master's name as a cover for himself, and no one could be certain that such a master existed on Dragon Cave Mountain. So Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when he told such a blatant lie. So that's how it is. Yan Pei showed a look of disappointment before suddenly whispering, how about this old master give you a 50% commission? I really don't have anything else, Yang Kai said bitterly. Haha. It seems this old master has forced you into a difficult position. Good, since little friend Yang has come, there's no need to stand outside. Go in and rest for a while. The auction will begin in an hour. Yan Pei no longer insisted and generously allowed Yang Kai to enter. Yang Kai excused himself and together with Yang Inflammation, walked directly into Treasure Trove Pavilion under the lead of the young girl, Qing. Just like the last time Yang Kai saw it, the hall was already filled with cultivators who had come to participate in the auction. Even if there were a few empty seats, there were not many of them. In the middle of the hall, there was a round platform, the place where Treasure Trove Pavilion hosted the auction. The surrounding walls were inlaid with strange stones that emitted beams of light, illuminating the high platform. Two seniors, please wait a moment. The young girl, Qing entered the hall and said softly before walking to the side and talking with the Treasure Trove Pavilion cultivator. A moment later, she returned with a smile and respectfully handed a wooden token to Yang Kai. This is the restriction token for your room. Please accept it, senior. Yang Kai took it and glanced over it, quickly discovering that the words B13 were engraved on it. After all, he had participated in such an auction before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it and knew that his room number was B13. However, it was quite a coincidence that the last time he participated in this auction, the room number he obtained was C13, but today it was B13. Although the number hadn't changed, the level of his room had obviously risen. Last time, it was because of the Qian Tong, but this time, it wasn't because of anyone's prestige, but rather because of Dragon Cave Mountain's own reputation. Considering all this, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he put away the token and motioned to the young girl to lead the way. A moment later, in room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had taken their seats while Qing served them tea. Besides her, there was no one else in the room. Pointing to the spirit fruits on the table, the young girl slowly said, "These are sparrow spirit fruits that Lulu specially collected for this auction. They taste very sweet and have some effects on purifying one's saint qi. The two of you should try them." Yang Kai nodded lightly, picked up a fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing his satisfied expression, the young girl boldly asked, "The auction won't begin for an hour. If two seniors don't mind, you can call some people to dance to relieve your boredom." "Oh, is your treasure trove pavilion's hospitality so considerate?" Yang Inflammation asked in surprise. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Not every guest has this right. Only those who are in Class B and above are allowed to do so." Yang Yin swept her eyes over her for a moment before smiling charmingly. "There's no need to call someone over. Seeing how soft your waist is, and how light your steps are, you should be quite proficient in this field. How about you dance a song?" "Junior?" The young girl blushed as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she could tell that the two guests here were led by Yang Kai. So naturally, she had to obtain his approval first. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai glared at Yang Inflammation, then looked at the young girl and said, "She's just joking with you. You don't have to take it seriously." "Yes," the young girl replied softly, a trace of relief and disappointment flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, the two guests she served seemed to be good, and although the woman liked to tease her, she wasn't a bad person, and this man was obviously an upright person. She was disappointed that she didn't have a chance to perform. Yang Kai observed her expression and could more or less guess what she was thinking, so he immediately said, "The two of us don't have any other requests. Just do your own thing, and when the auction is over, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." The young girl was happy to hear this and said, "Thank you, senior." As if she had already understood the temperament of the two guests, the young girl was quite good at serving them. Unless Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had something to ask, she never took the initiative to speak, just quietly waiting on the side. During this time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It wasn't strange that the two of them could find this place, as they only needed to ask Yen Pei a little to find out where Yang Kai was. Chapter 1374. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar slowly walked up to the high platform, the light from the strange stones used for illumination illuminating his body, accentuating his unparalleled temperament. In particular, this person was holding a paper fan in his hand, making him look even more handsome and elegant. This middle-aged Confucian scholar was born with red lips and white teeth, and there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that not only did not make him look old, but instead added a sense of maturity and steadiness to him. At this moment he gave off a dreamlike feeling. At the very least, many young girls and young women in the hall, who were participating in the auction, could not help showing an infatuated look, as if they were attracted to him. Many of the cultivator who recognized the identity of this middle-aged man had ugly expressions on their faces. Many whispers and discussions could be heard in hushed voices. "Damn! It's actually Little Black Face presiding over this auction. What the hell is Treasure Trove Pavilion doing? It's over. This time we've fallen into the pit again. I knew Treasure Trove Pavilion was up to no good, but I didn't expect this guy to actually come out. He hasn't made a move for more than 10 years. There were all kinds of discussions, and although these voices were not loud, the cultivation of the cultivator participating in the auction was not low, so naturally they could hear these words clearly. However, the middle-aged Confucian scholar called Little Black Face not only did not get angry, but instead showed a warm smile, as if he did not care about the criticism of these people. On the contrary, the young girls and young women, who were infatuated with him, swept their beautiful eyes around fiercely, feeling injustice for him. Little black face? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. What does this person have to do with Senior Yen? Since Yen Pei is old black face, then this person must have some relationship with Yen Pei to be called Little Black Face. But Yang Kai did not understand why the cultivator below treated this person like a tiger or leopard, with a look of dread. Yang Yen also looked at the girl next to him, expecting her to give an explanation. Qing'er pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to laugh, but not daring to lose her composure. She finally managed to hold back her laughter and whispered, replying to the two seniors, "This is Run Tianrui, an auctioneer of the pavilion, and old Mr. Yen is his master, so everyone calls him." Qing'er didn't dare to say anything else. It didn't matter if others called them Little Black Face or Old Black Face. Although it was just a nickname, it was still a reputation that Yen Pei and Run Tianrui had created for themselves. However, as a member of Endless Treasure's pavilion, Qing'er naturally didn't dare to criticize the seniors behind their backs. Otherwise, if others found out, she would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and nodded. I see, I understand. It seemed that this auctioneer named Run Tianrui was a true disciple of Yen Pei, otherwise, he wouldn't have been called such. When the time came, Yang Kai would have to be careful when participating in the auction. On the high platform, Run Tianrui smiled warmly as he cupped his fists and said loudly, Everyone has come from afar and spared no effort to participate in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is deeply grateful. This auction will be hosted by this Run. So if there is any impropriety, I hope everyone can understand. These words were spoken in an extremely appropriate manner, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with them. No matter how he acted when hosting the auction, at the very least, these words had won the favor of countless people present. Ren Tianrui continued, Speaking of which, this auction was originally hosted by my master. As soon as this statement came out, many people's expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously covered their space rings and stared vigilantly towards the high platform, their expressions becoming ugly, as if they were afraid that Yen Pei would suddenly jump out from some corner. Fortunately, Ren Tianrui smiled slightly and said, However, this junior thinks that my master is already very old and should remain behind the scenes. This kind of limelight opportunity should be left to young people like me. Well said. Cheers rang out from below. Brother Ren is bold and bold. Let old Mr. Yin remain behind the scenes forever. A burst of laughter rang out. Ren Tianrui also smiled as he looked towards a certain spot in the hall and nodded. This Ren also has the same opinion. After this auction is over, I will definitely persuade my master to retire and not work so hard anymore. Although these words were somewhat disgraceful, it was undeniable that it quickly aroused the good feelings and resonance of many people. All of a sudden, the vigilance that everyone had towards him disappeared without a trace. Instead, they felt that it was simply a blessing that he could stand here and host the auction. Not simple. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ren Tianrui faintly. With just a few words, this Ren Tianrui had integrated himself into the crowd. Although it was only a simple opening speech, it had already established enough capital for this auction. When the auction began, even if he asked for a higher price, there wouldn't be many people who would reject him. This Ren Tianrui had a deep understanding of the ways of the world. No wonder he was called Little Black Face. It was just that his hosting style was completely different from Yen Pei's, which was quite interesting. Good, let's not talk too much. I'm afraid many friends are already waiting anxiously, so let's start the auction now. Ren Tianrui patted the folding fan in his hand and turned around, gesturing to someone behind him. Over there, a woman in a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a smile on her face, carrying a jade plate on her arm, as she stood in front of Ren Tianrui. Although the woman in the palace dress was an extraordinary beauty with a hint of spring in her eyes, at this moment, not many people were looking at her. Since she was here to participate in the auction, everyone's attention was naturally attracted by the jade plate she was holding. Needless to say, the thing on the jade plate was the first item to be auctioned, but unfortunately, It was covered by a red cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. Many of the cultivator participating in the auction eagerly craned their necks to look at it. Ren Tianrui carefully observed everyone's expressions and said, "According to the rules of every auction, although the first item is not as good as the final item, it is still no trivial matter. If you are interested, you must obtain it, otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Saying so, Ren Tianrui reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a colorless bead the size of a goose egg. This bead looked transparent, but there were inexplicable threads swimming inside it like fish. What was even stranger was that this bead didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it was just an ornamental item with no real value. "What is this? I've never seen it before. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion dares to take out the first item for auction, it must have its own uniqueness. Let Mr. Run explain it to us." Spirit storage bead? Inside private room B13, Yang Yan's eyes lit up as she called out the name of the first item. Yang Kai glanced over at her, no longer surprised. He suspected that there was nothing in this world that Yang Yan didn't recognize, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yang Yan to this auction alone. Yang Kai didn't ask what this spirit storage bead was for, because he knew Ren Tianrui would definitely explain it in detail. Atop the high platform, Ren Tianrui reached out and picked up the spirit storage bead, holding it up high for everyone to see, not saying a word, instead just madly pouring his Saint Qi into it. In front of everyone's eyes, the colorless bead was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of the Saint Qi he poured into it. As time passed, the bead began to emit a faint glow, and a Saint Qi fluctuation identical to Ren Tianrui's began to spread from it. A moment later, Ren Tianrui stopped what he was doing, smiled strangely again, and silently urged the bead again. What happened next was that the Saint Qi that had been swallowed by this spirit storage bead before actually returned to Ren Tianrui's body. And from his expression, there wasn't the slightest hint of discomfort. In a flash, the spirit storage bead returned to its original transparent appearance, but there were no longer any energy fluctuations inside it. The entire process was clearly witnessed by everyone present. At this point, 90% of the cultivators participating in the auction had a vague idea of what this spirit storage bead could do, and all of them immediately turned to look at the stage with excited expressions. Ren Tianrui chuckled and said loudly, "I believe everyone already knows the purpose of this spirit storage bead. It can store Saint Qi in a cultivator's body, and when needed, feed it back to the cultivator's body, providing the cultivator with the power to fight. Friends who have come here must have fought before and know that during a fight, the only way to replenish one's Saint Qi is to take pills or absorb the energy from Saint crystals. But no matter which method it uses, the effect is very slow. However, this spirit storage bead is different. It can restore a cultivator's Saint Qi to its peak in a very short time. The premise is that there is enough energy stored in this bead." As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately exploded. Although everyone had some speculations just now, after Ren Tianrui explained it in detail, everyone realized that they had underestimated the value of this spirit storage bead. If this was the case, then this spirit storage bead was equivalent to a second life. The reason many cultivator fell was because their Saint Qi was insufficient when fighting. If they could replenish their Saint Qi with this spirit storage bead, they could turn defeat into victory. For a time, countless burning eyes stared towards the high platform, filled with greed. If not for the fact that this was Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, and there were countless masters inside and outside, many people would have desperately tried to snatch this spirit storage bead. Even Kai Yang, who was in room B13, revealed a look of interest. Such a treasure could be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Even with his wealth, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to him because Yang Kai never lacked Saint Qi, so this thought only flashed across his mind for a moment before he calmly observed it. After all, such a good thing would definitely fetch a high price when auctioned. Although Yang Kai had brought 70 million Saint crystals with him, He wasn't sure if he could obtain the item he wanted. If he used up his saint crystals now and ran out of funds, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1375. The change in Ren Kai's expression didn't escape Yang Inflammation's observation. Seeing that Ren Kai seemed to have lost interest in the spirit storage bead, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "Although this thing is good, there are restrictions on how it can be used. You don't need to feel pity about it." "Oh, what kind of restrictions?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Although this thing is good, nephew Ren doesn't need to boast so much. What are the restrictions on how this bead can be used? You might as well tell me all about them. Before Yang Inflammation could answer though, Yang Kai heard a majestic voice from one of the rooms. It seems that Yang Inflammation isn't the only one who knows about this spirit storage bead. Yang Kai thought to himself. Ren Tianrui looked over and smiled lightly, cupping his fists and saying, "So it is Thunder Typhoon Sect's Senior Chung. Senior's insight is quite profound. Although this spirit storage bead is convenient to use, it does have some restrictions." Even if Senior didn't ask, Junior was prepared to explain them in detail, so as not to allow the friends who came to participate in the auction to buy it. "My treasure trove pavilion still has that much credibility." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Chung snorted lightly, declining to comment. As for whether he believed the other party's words or not, only the heavens knew. Many people secretly estimated that if no one questioned him, Ren Tianrui would definitely not explain the restrictions. At most, he would send someone to quietly inform the owner of the spirit storage bead after the auction was over. That would be the best he could do. This wasn't the first time Treasure Trove Pavilion had done such a thing. "Who is that?" Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and asked the girl. Although Qing Er's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a native of Shadowed Star. Naturally, she had some guesses about the identity of the speaker. So when she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, seemingly wondering why Yang Kai would ask such a question, quickly replying, "If Junior's guess is correct, it should be Senior Chung Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect. After all, he is the only master with this surname in Thunder Typhoon Sect." Yang Kai gently nodded, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrui explained the limitations of the spirit storage bead. However, this spirit storage bead was something that the Endless Treasures Pavilion had unintentionally purchased from a small, rundown family clan. According to the person who sold this item, the amount of Saint Qi stored in this spirit storage bead was limited to a certain extent, roughly equivalent to the total amount of Saint Qi in the body of a third-order Saint King cultivator. In other words, it was unable to accept Saint Qi beyond that of a third-order Saint King cultivator. It would immediately escape. This kind of restriction was not a big problem. For a cultivator at the Saint King realm, this restriction made no difference. For an origin-returning realm cultivator, all they had to do was pay attention to it. As long as he didn't store too much Saint Qi in the spirit storage bead, he could still use it. It was just that in a moment of crisis, the Saint Qi he received back was unable to restore him to his peak state. Overall, this restriction was not a big deal. However, the second restriction greatly reduced the value of the spirit storage bead. This was an artifact, one that should have been refined by an ancient cultivator. This bead had been used many times, but according to the appraisal of the Treasure Trove Pavilion's artifact masters, this bead could only be used 3 or 5 times at most before it was completely damaged and could no longer be used. Hearing this, the passion in the eyes of many cultivators was immediately extinguished. To them, although 3 to 5 times was quite a lot, spending a lot of money to buy such an item was of no help to improve their strength, so they could only calm down. Besides these 2 restrictions, there is nothing else to pay attention to about this bead. Ren Tianrui didn't seem to care whether this auction item could sell for a high price or not, simply smiling and shouting, "The base price of this bead is 500,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 10,000. Everyone please." Speaking of which, such a base price was not high for the purpose of this spirit storage bead. After all, this was the first item to be auctioned, so Treasure Trove Pavilion intended to sell it well. However, this figure of 500,000 instantly caused 90% of the cultivator in the hall to shut down. After all, a Saint King grade high-rank artifact only sold for about 300,000 Saint crystals. So even if they could afford a base price of 500,000 Saint crystals, they couldn't afford it. Of course, not everyone was like this. Since they had come to participate in this auction, of course they had raised enough Saint crystals. As soon as Ren Tianrui's voice fell, someone immediately called out a bid. Immediately afterwards, from every corner of the hall, voices calling out bids rang out one after another. Each increase in price was relatively mild, but it was impossible to withstand the pressure of the crowd. In just half a cup of tea's time, the price of this spirit storage bead had risen to 820,000 Saint crystals. By this time, the voices in the hall had become sparse, with only 2 or 3 people calling out bids. This old master bids 1 million. Cheng Pengxian's voice rang out from Thunder Typhoon Sec's private room, his voice still loud and clear. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, heard this and smiled lightly, not showing any surprise. With such a good thing, it would be strange if there weren't several great forces competing for it. The several cultivators in the hall, who had participated in the auction before, heard this and sighed. Since someone from Thunder Typhoon Sect was participating in this auction, there was no hope for them. All of them silently cursed Cheng Pengxian for not bidding earlier. If they had known he was going to participate in this auction, why would they have wasted so much effort? How unlucky. Everyone even had the urge to kill. Haha, old ghost Cheng. You're already a third-order origin returning realm master. How could you possibly need this spirit storage bead? You don't need to be so thick-skinned as to compete with some juniors, right? From another private room, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out, mixed with sarcasm and ridicule. If this old master doesn't need it, can't he just buy it and give it to his sect's disciples? Cheng Pengxian coldly snorted. Brother Mo's words are somewhat incorrect. Since this is an auction, this old master's participation is perfectly justified. How is that thick-skinned enough to compete with a junior? That makes sense. The person in the private room didn't seem to care and slowly said, Good. Then this Emo will also join in the fun. I can't let Brother Cheng monopolize all the glory. 1 million. Old ghost Emo, do you know what it means to help others? Cheng Pengxian's voice sounded a little unhappy. 2 million. Brother Cheng also said that this is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. 5 million. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. 2 million. It was as if the two of them were old rivals. Their words were sharp, and neither of them was willing to back down. In the blink of an eye, the price of the spirit storage bead had increased several times over. Moreover, from the looks of it, the final price would most likely be even higher, causing all the cultivators in the hall to be dumbfounded. Surnamed Emo? In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned as he looked towards the private room competing with Cheng Pengxian. That should be Elder Emo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union, Qing'er quickly explained. Yang Kai gently nodded. This time, even if Qing'er didn't explain, he could guess who it was because he had heard others mention this Emo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union several times. Yang Kai himself had also paid special attention to him for no other reason than that this Emo Xiaosheng, like him, cultivated the Tao of space. This was an extremely rare secret art, and even if one searched all of Shadowed Star, there was no third person who could cultivate it. In terms of the study of the Tao of space, Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't lose to this Emo Xiaosheng. If they were to compete in the Tao of space alone, Yang Kai estimated that he could definitely crush the other party to death. After all, not everyone could comprehend the destructive power of Space Blade. But after all, this person was quite young, so his understanding of the Tao of space could not be underestimated. If Yang Kai could find an opportunity to exchange a few words, perhaps he would gain some benefits. But this was impossible. Heaven Battling Union's style of conduct was really shameless. If Yang Kai really exposed that he was proficient in the Tao of space, it would only invite disaster. As such, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before immediately rejecting this idea. At this time, Ren Tianrui, who was sitting on the high platform below, had opened his folding fan and was fanning himself gently, looking like an elegant scholar, a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the elders of the two great leaders bid one after another, putting him in a very good mood. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had always been on bad terms, so this competition for the spirit storage bead was not only a competition of financial resources, but also a showdown of face. Neither side was willing to back down. After a stick of incense worth of time, Cheng Peng Xian shouted a sky-high price of 10 million Saint crystals, causing an uproar among the cultivator in the hall. In all fairness, although the spirit storage bead was very good, the price of 10 million Saint crystals was really unexpected. If it weren't for Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union competing for it, the price definitely wouldn't have been so outrageous. At this point, whether it was Cheng Peng Xian or Mo Xiaosheng, both of them were secretly annoyed. The two of them naturally knew that this kind of competition would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. But now that they were riding a tiger, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. 10 million Saint crystals wasn't much for these two great forces, but it wasn't a number that could be wasted casually. One had to know that such a sum of Saint crystals was enough for many disciples to cultivate for a lifetime. But this spirit storage bead could only be used by one person. The two third-order origin returning realm masters both cursed each other in their hearts as they grit their teeth and bid. After the price of 10 million Saint crystals was bid, Heaven Battling Union fell silent, as if Mo Xiaosheng was weighing the gains and losses, deciding whether to continue bidding. At that moment though, a voice suddenly rang out. 1001 million. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes gathered on the bidder. But what surprised everyone was that the one who made this bid was not sitting in one of the private rooms, but instead a young cultivator in the hall. His cultivation wasn't too high, only third-order Saint King, and the clothes he wore were quite ordinary. It could be said that such a cultivator could be found anywhere on Shadowed Star. And from the fact that he could only sit in this hall to participate in this auction, it was obvious that his background wasn't high, otherwise he wouldn't have been crowded here. However, the price he shouted was truly shocking, and what was even more admirable was this person's courage and boldness. One had to know that the one who participated in this competition just now was an elder from one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's great forces, and at this critical juncture, no one dared to provoke him, but this young man had actually taken action. Chapter 1376. This young man's bid was also extremely subtle, only adding 10,000 to the base 10 million, as if he didn't want to break the rules of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Not only were many cultivators suspicious of this young man's identity, but even Ren Tianrui, who had always been as calm as a mountain, frowned slightly as he stared at this young man suspiciously, secretly wondering where he came from and why he had such a huge net worth. In front of everyone's eyes, the young cultivator wore a calm expression, not feeling the slightest pressure or tension, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. Lu Yi. Inside room B13, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the young man who had just bid in the hall, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. What shocked Yang Kai wasn't that this person had come to participate in this auction. Although Flowing Cloud Valley wasn't a great force, it was still a sect. As the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, Lu Yi was naturally qualified to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion, but he wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai to have his own room, and could only squeeze into the hall. What shocked Yang Kai was Lu Ye's arm. Looking at it at this moment, both of Lu Ye's arms were intact, without a single one missing. How is this possible? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that when Lu Yen was competing with this Lu Yi for the red candlestalk in the desert, he had cut off one of his arms. Although the other party had managed to escape in the end, Yang Kai still remembered the scene vividly. But now, Lu Ye's severed arm had somehow grown back, and judging from the color of his arm, it wasn't a prosthetic arm, it was clearly a real arm. How did he do it? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Regrowing a severed limb was something that only existed in legends. Not to mention that Lu Yi was a trivial Saint King realm cultivator. Even an origin king couldn't achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had somewhat underestimated this Lu Yi's strangeness. Just from the fact that he was able to regrow his severed arm, it was clear this person had a great secret. This person, just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Yang Yin suddenly frowned and pointed at Lu Yi below, a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but I find him very annoying. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, her pretty face full of suspicion. But this is the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi. Do you have any grudges with him? Yes, but I don't know why. But this man wanted to kill me in the Luyan desert. Yang Kai snorted. The grudge between him and Lu Yi was indeed inexplicable. The other party had attacked him for no reason, and it was the kind that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Yang Kai asked himself, before going to the Luyan desert, he had never dealt with Lu Yi. Even in the Luyan desert, it was the first time they met. And be careful of this man. He seems to be very dangerous, Young Inflammation warned. I understand. Even if Young Inflammation didn't say anything, Yang Kai was well aware of this. However, where did Lu Yi get so many Saint crystals to bid on this spirit storage bead? As far as Yang Kai knew, Flowing Cloud Valley could only be regarded as a low-level sect, barely comparable to some small families. Even their sect master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, with no more than 300 to 400 disciples. The territory they occupied wasn't very rich, and they didn't have any Saint Crystal mines. So how could he afford 10 million Saint Crystals? Haha. Brother Chung also said that he wanted to show his sincerity. Since this little friend wants this spirit storage bead so badly, this Mo will give up. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Mo Xiaosheng's hearty laughter came from Heaven Battling Union's private room. Immediately afterwards, Chung Peng Xian's loud voice rang out. Fold Ghost Mo. Don't try to make it sound so nice, but since you've given up, this Chung won't either. He spoke as if he disliked the spirit storage bead, but many of the cultivator present naturally understood that these two old men were simply taking advantage of this situation to get rid of the hot potato that was the spirit storage bead. It could be said that the price of 10.01 million Saint Crystals was just right. Not only had he earned a small favor from these two old men, but he had also won the spirit storage bead, killing two birds with one stone. Considering all this, many people felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would have offered the same price. Although more than 10 million Saint Crystals wasn't a small amount, if they could take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with the elders of the two great forces, they wouldn't have had to pay too much. However, even if they understood, if they were given the choice again, they might not have the courage to bid at this juncture. If they were to flatter the wrong person, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This young man was quite decisive. Many people couldn't help admiring him. Ren Tianrui stood on the high platform and called out the price 3 times. But no one else increased it. So the spirit storage bead was purchased by Lu Yi for 10.01 million Saint Crystals. Immediately after, someone led Lu Yi to the auction house's back hall to hand over the Saint Crystals and spirit storage bead. The auction continued, and with the first item being auctioned off, the atmosphere in the auction venue became much livelier. The items Treasure Trove Pavilion had put up for auction this time were indeed quite good, and every item that appeared caused many cultivator to frantically bid for them, causing the price to rise steadily. Ren Tianrui stood on the high platform, waving the folding fan in his hand, looking as gentle and elegant as ever. But he, who was also known as Little Black Face, had quietly sold each item for a high price that exceeded its original value, while the other cultivator participating in the auction were completely unaware of this. Ren Tianrui's methods were so brilliant that they couldn't help admiring him. The items sold at this auction were of great use to cultivators, including artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, spirit grasses, ores, and many others. Yang Kai didn't make a move this whole time, and simply sat in room B13, listening to Yang Yan's comments on the auction items while enjoying Qing Er's massage and patting, feeling extremely comfortable. Although these items were good, he had no use for them, and with Dragon Cave Mountain's current cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall, it wasn't too difficult to obtain these items. Overall, the first half of the auction was uneventful. Most of the items being auctioned were things that could be bought with Saint crystals, and most of the bidders were the cultivator in the hall. The masters in the various rooms rarely made a move unless they really encountered some items they were interested in. But in the second half of the auction, the masters in the various rooms finally made a move. The items being auctioned were not something the cultivator in the hall could compete for. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auction item made a series of bids, displaying his huge financial resources. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, he won several items in succession, paying more than 40 million Saint crystals in total. Lu Ye's actions naturally shocked Yang Kai, but soon, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Without a powerful sect to back him up, Lu Yi was constantly showing off his wealth. This was no different from looking for trouble. Sitting in his room, Yang Kai could feel the divine senses of many masters constantly sweeping towards Lu Yi. It seemed that after the auction was over, someone would definitely want to have a good chat with him. This was something Yang Kai was happy to see, no matter why Lu Yi was targeting him. Since he had made a move against him, he was his enemy. Now that Lu Yi was looking for trouble, Yang Kai was naturally happy to just sit back and watch, wishing for him to die as soon as possible. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was also quite impressive. Facing the malicious gazes of so many people, he still remained calm, sitting in the hall with no intention of leaving early, as if he wanted to continue participating in the auction. As one item after another was sold, the auction gradually came to an end. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious. He had been waiting for the thing he needed to appear, but until now, there had been no trace of it. Naturally, he was anxious, fearing that Treasure Trove Pavilion would change their mind at the last minute and withdraw the item from the auction. However, on second thought, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had printed his picture on their invitation cards and sent it out, there was no reason for them to do so. If they did, Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Just as he was thinking about this though, from the high platform below, another woman in palace robes walked up with a jade plate in her hand. Although the auction item was covered by a red cloth, when Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly sat up straight, rubbing his palms together. The thing he had been waiting for had finally appeared. At the same time, divine senses swept across the various rooms, and soon, the cultivator in the hall began whispering to each other. The reason was simple. The auction item that appeared this time seemed to be a bit unusual. When the woman in palace robes appeared with the jade plate, everyone felt an invisible pressure radiating from it, like a sharp blade cutting into their skin. What kind of item was this? Everyone couldn't help looking around curiously, secretly looking forward to it. Ren Tianrui carefully observed everyone's reactions and was very satisfied with their reactions. Putting away his folding fan, he tucked it into the back of his collar and chuckled. Although the next item to be auctioned isn't a rare treasure, it is still an extremely rare treasure. As for what it is, allow this Ren to keep everyone in suspense. But this Ren can only say that it is a material that will be of great use to seniors who cultivate some special martial arts. Enough nonsense, quickly let this old master see what it is. From a private room in the A block, an old and majestic voice rang out, a trace of anxiety faintly apparent in this voice, as if this person was very concerned about this auction item. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, secretly feeling that wanting to win this auction item would not be so simple. Haha, Senior Jean sure of Demon Blood Temple, right? Senior, don't worry. Junior will let you see it clearly. Ren Tianrui revealed the identity of the speaker before reaching out and removing the red cloth. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, causing all the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eyes and involuntarily close them. As for those with higher strength, They had to circulate their Saint Qi to their eyes in order to see what was inside this golden light. Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was inside this golden light, his heart skipped a beat as he became extremely excited. Chapter 1377. What was placed on this jade plate was a fist-sized piece of red gold, or with a bumpy surface. What was shocking was that the runes on the surface of this, or had obviously been sealed by some kind of powerful master to prevent its aura from leaking out. Even so, everyone who participated in the auction could clearly feel that the ore was emitting streams of energy that were as sharp as swords. If this ore was sealed by a barrier, what would happen if it was unsealed? Any cultivator with slightly lower strength wouldn't even be able to get close to this ore. This object was extraordinary, and only a few people were able to recognize it. All everyone knew was that this was definitely a rare treasure. No wonder Treasure Trove Pavilion had placed this item at the end of the auction. It was already the final item. Good, ha ha ha. This Jean has been searching for it for most of his life. But to no avail, I never expected to see it here today. Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation for gathering treasures from all over the world is well deserved. Inside Demon Blood Temple's A-block private room, the master named Jean Sure laughed heartily, seemingly very satisfied with this, or and determined to obtain it. You want this? Inside room B13, Yang Yin glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai's mood was obviously quite excited, so how could Yang Yin not understand what he was thinking? Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yin nodded but didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted this thing for. When the young girl Qing heard this, a touch of joy appeared on her brow, but soon she worriedly said, "But Senior, Elder Jean of Demon Blood Temple also seems to want it. It's an auction, the highest bidder wins." Yang Kai grinned. He had brought 70 million Saint Crystals this time, so he wasn't afraid of losing to Jean Sure. After all, in the previous auctions, Demon Blood Temple had already bid several times, so the cost wasn't small. Qing nodded docilely and said, "Then I wish Senior a great victory. Thank you for your kind words." Yang Kai grinned. He naturally knew why this little girl was so nervous. It was because if he participated in the auction and successfully bought the item, then she would receive some rewards from the Endless Treasures Pavilion. This reward was directly proportional to the price he paid. Previously, he had been biding his time and didn't buy anything, so the girl naturally didn't receive any rewards. But if he bought this item, then the reward from the Endless Treasures Pavilion would definitely last her for a long time. This matter was also mentioned by Qing herself. Yang Kai didn't deliberately inquire about it. The little girl served him very well and attentively. Yang Kai naturally didn't mind letting her get some benefits. Forgive this old man's poor eyesight, but what the hell is this thing? Old Ghost Jean, why did you lose your composure like this? From another private room, a strange voice called out. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed he didn't recognize this ore. It wasn't that this person was ignorant, but rather that in the star territory, all kinds of materials were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and this ore was extremely rare. The only reason Jean Sure knew about it was because he cultivated a special secret art that required this kind of ore, so he had paid special attention to it. Only a freak like Yang Yun would know about all kinds of materials, but such people were in the minority. Haha, Senior Jin's excitement is inevitable. After all, this profound gold is of great benefit to Senior Jin's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. With this profound gold, Senior Jin's secret art will surely reach the grand accomplishment stage. Ren Tianrui said casually, as if he was afraid that others didn't know about Jean Sure's background. Profound gold. The person who spoke before seemed to remember something when he heard this name, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Little brat Ren, if you want to auction it off, why bother bringing up this old master's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art?" Jean Sure was annoyed. He naturally understood Ren Tianrui's malicious intentions. If this were any other place, he would definitely have taught him a lesson. But in the end, this was Endless Treasures Pavilion. So even if he was angry, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. However, after being reminded by the other party Jin sure knew that it would be much more difficult to obtain this profound gold. After all, Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and none of them would just sit back and watch him obtain this profound gold. Senior, please calm your anger. Junior spoke too much. Ren Tianrui seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly bowed. However, the words spoken were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? Hidden behind Ren Tianrui's fearful appearance, a trace of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. For Endless Treasures Pavilion, it didn't matter who won this profound gold, as long as it could be sold for a high price. Cut the crap and hurry up with the auction. Jin sure impatiently urged fiercely. Yes. Ren Tianrui chuckled as he waved his folding fan towards the profound gold and loudly said, "This is a piece of profound gold, 1 jin and 3 taels in weight. The starting price is 5 million Saint crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000, please." 10 million. As soon as Ren Tianrui's voice fell, Jin Shu's voice rang out, directly raising the price by more than double, showing his determination and boldness to obtain this piece of profound gold. In any case, it was no secret that he needed this profound gold, so there was no need for him to hide it. Heh, such a rare artifact refining material. This old master needs it for his golden bone shield. 1 million. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Xiaosheng's voice sounded. This old master will also join in the fun. 5 million. Cheng Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect also seemed unwilling to be outdone. 11 million. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from another room, and from the sound of it, it was actually an old woman. 12 million. Inside Demon Blood Temple's private room, Jin Shu's face was extremely ugly. Although he knew that Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and it would be difficult for him to obtain this profound gold, he hadn't expected that as soon as he bid, 5 or 6 people would follow suit. On top of that, none of these 5 or 6 people had lower status than him, and their cultivations weren't any weaker than his. Even if he wanted to suppress them, it would be impossible. Filled with anger, Jin Shu angrily shouted, 20 million. Brother Jin is quite bold, but you want to obtain this profound gold for a trivial 20 million? Brother Jin, have you not woken up yet? This old woman bids 25 million. The old woman sneered and raised the price by another 5 million. However, this price only lasted for a breath of time, before it was replaced by a higher bid. This wasn't surprising though, as profound gold was simply too rare. When Ren Tianrui introduced it before, he hadn't been exaggerating. This kind of material was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Whether it was used for artifact refining or to cultivate special secret arts, it had great benefits. For a time, the auction hall was filled with cries of bids, and the amount of increments made countless people's hearts jump. These people were truly worthy of being from great forces. This amount of Saint crystals was enough to allow a small sect or family to develop without worry. Yet all of them were competing for this small piece of material. Inside B13's private room, Yang Kai remained silent and didn't participate in the competition because he knew that the current price wasn't the final price yet. So he simply didn't want to waste his energy and simply waited for his competitors to withdraw. 40 million. Jin Shu's voice rang out again. The auction of this profound gold had brought the entire auction to a close, but it was far from over. After shouting out this price, Jin Shu said, "Everyone, this profound gold is indeed of great use to this Jin. If you are willing to part with it, this Jin will certainly remember it and personally thank you in the future." Up until now, no one was willing to withdraw, causing Jin Shu's heart to beat rapidly. Seeing the price rise steadily, and faintly surpassing his expectations, he had no choice but to speak up. As soon as this statement came out, the bidding from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect really stopped, as if Cheng Peng Xian and Mo Xiaosheng were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Xiaosheng chuckled and declared, "Since Brother Jin has said so, this Mo will give up. In any case, no artifact refiner can fully refine this grade of material. Using it on this old master's golden bone shield is a waste of heaven's treasures." Immediately afterward, Several other masters who had been participating in the bidding also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It wasn't that Jin Shi's face was big enough, but that everyone could see that Jin Shi was determined to obtain this profound gold. If they continued to compete, it would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. Ren Tianrui, this little brat, was standing on the auction stage with a grin on his face, so it was better for him to withdraw now and sell Jin Shi a favor. What's more, this profound gold really had no use for them. Although its grade was extremely high, no artifact refiner could fully utilize it. So what was the point of having such a high grade? Seeing this, Jin Shi's heart relaxed and he quickly expressed his thanks. Humph. Old ghost Jin, you want this profound gold for a great use? Did you think this old woman would buy it for fun? 41 million. The old woman's voice sounded again, not giving Jin Shi any face. Old woman Feng, what do you want this profound gold for? If you don't explain clearly, this old master won't let you off. Jin Shi was furious. Everyone else was easy to talk to. But this old woman Feng was the only one who wanted to compete with him. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he immediately exploded. Do you think this old woman is afraid of you? Old woman Feng didn't seem to have a good temper either. So when she heard this threat, she immediately retorted. Inside the 2A block private rooms, the auras of the Third Order Origin returning realm masters fluctuated wildly, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. Two guests, this is Treasure Trove Pavilion, please restrain yourselves. From the void, a faint voice inexplicably sounded. Hearing this voice, both old woman Feng and Jin Shi's complexion changed slightly, as if they had thought of something and really did restrain their auras. The cultivator in the hall gasped for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions had never had any problems, if these two really fought here, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. After thinking about it for a moment, Ren Tianrui said, Senior Jin, please don't be angry. Since Senior Feng is participating in this auction, she must have some use for it. What use? Jin Shi coldly snorted, obviously not believing this claim so easily. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and said, As far as Junior knows, the Golden Thunder Lion that has been with Senior Feng for half its life should be about to break through, right? Chapter 1378. Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast. Demon Blood Temple's Elder Shi exclaimed with a faint trace of fear in his voice. Many of the masters in the other large rooms also frowned, as if this Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast had some kind of extraordinary origin. Where does this Senior Feng come from? What level of monster beast is this Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast? Do you know? Yang Kai looked at the young girl standing next to him and asked. Qing'er smiled and whispered, replying to Senior, this Senior Feng is an elder of Myriad Beast Mountain, and this Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast is her natal monster beast. It is said that this Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast is an ancient variant, a ninth order monster beast. In terms of strength, it is roughly equivalent to a second order origin returning realm master. Senior Feng also has this cultivation, but if the two of them work together, they should not be any weaker than third order seniors. Myriad Beast Mountain? Yang Kai raised his brow. He had long known that there was a great force on Shadowed Star that controlled and enslaved monster beasts. It was none other than Myriad Beast Mountain. When he was in the Luyan Desert, he had met a disciple from Myriad Beast Mountain. This sect seemed to be quite close to Colored Glass sect, and there was a lot of friction between the two great forces. As for the natal monster beast Qing'er mentioned, Yang Kai had also heard about it. Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivation method was somewhat different from other cultivators. Every Myriad Beast Mountain disciple had their own natal monster beast, and their own strength would increase along with that of the monster beast. If the monster beast advanced, as its master, the cultivator would also receive great help, and could even take advantage of this opportunity to break through their own shackles. According to Qing'er, this old woman Feng was already a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. So if her Golden Thunder Striped Lion Beast obtained the assistance of this profound gold, it was very likely that its strength would soar. And as its master, she would be able to break through to the third-order origin returning realm. At that time, with one person and one beast working together, even an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be her opponent. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately understood why Old Woman Feng wanted to compete with Jin Shi for the profound gold. He couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Whether it was Old Woman Feng or Jin Shi, both of them had a great need for profound gold. If he wanted to make them give up, he could only rely on financial pressure. Brat Ren, your treasure trove pavilion doesn't just gather all the treasures in the world. When did you become responsible for gathering information? Old Woman Feng's voice contained a trace of anger, obviously because Ren Tianrui had pointed out the reason why she needed profound gold. Standing on the high platform, Ren Tianrui gave a hollow laugh and didn't dare to say anything. Even if that's the case, I won't give up so easily. Your beast needs profound gold, but I need it even more. 42 million. Before Old Woman Feng could raise the price, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side of the room, full of temptation. This junior will also join in the fun. 43 million. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strange grin. This couldn't be helped though, as he recognized the voice of this bidder as Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. It wasn't surprising for her to be here. When Dai Yuan came to Dragon Cave Mountain last time, she had told Yang Kai that Yin Su Dai was the leader of Colored Glass Sect's monitoring of the Emperor Garden. However, since she dared to bid now, it was likely she had been instructed by the elders of her sect. After all, Colored Glass Sect and Myriad Beast Mountain had always been on bad terms. So naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and watch Old Woman Feng obtain the profound gold and increase her strength. This is a good opportunity. Yang Kai had been considering when to bid without attracting too much attention, but Yin Su Dai's bid had actually helped him. Considering all this, he followed up without hesitation. 50 million. The auction hall immediately became noisy. Inside the private room, the young girl Qing Er's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's financial resources to be so strong. Two unfamiliar voices joined the bidding, causing the already tense atmosphere to become even more treacherous. Good. Old Woman Feng ground her teeth and coldly snorted. Interesting. No matter what kind of cat or dog it is, it dares to compete with this old woman. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to keep your life? The threat in her tone was so strong that Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, wore a cold expression. Treasure Trove Pavilion had held many auctions in the past, and although each time there would be masters who would become enraged over competing for the items being auctioned, some even fighting afterwards, resulting in many of them dying, no one had ever dared to make such a threat in public. After all, such words were an insult to the dignity and credibility of Treasure Trove Pavilion. So Ren Tianrui calmly said, Senior Feng, my Treasure Trove Pavilion only wishes to hear such words once. If there is a next time, Myriad Beast Mountain will be listed as an unwelcome sect. I ask Senior to reconsider. Although Ren Tianrui's cultivation wasn't high, he was representing Treasure Trove Pavilion at this moment, so his words naturally carried some weight. Old Woman Feng also seemed to realize that her words just now were somewhat inappropriate, so she chuckled and said in a hoarse voice, Little Brat Ren, there's no need to be so nervous. This old woman was just joking. Bidding is naturally a matter of mutual consent. Is that so? Ren Tianrui's face suddenly bloomed into a kind smile as he waved the folding fan in his hand and slowly said, Then this junior has offended Senior Feng. Does Senior wish to increase the price of this profound gold? Naturally 51 million. 60 million. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, and immediately followed, not even frowning. For him, the biggest purpose of this trip was this piece of profound gold, so of course he wouldn't miss it. Even if he had to spend all of his wealth, he would buy it. Even at this price, there were still people competing for it, so it was time for him to show some financial strength and make others back off. As such, every time Yang Kai increased the price, he would raise it by a large margin. The Myriad Beast Mountain private room suddenly fell silent. It seemed that this price had far exceeded Old Woman Feng's bottom line. After all, although profound gold was precious, its value was still quite high. 60 million Saint crystals was a lot. On the other hand, Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple hesitated for a moment before saying, 60 million. If there is a higher price, this old master will withdraw. 60 million was also Jin Shi's bottom line. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said unhurriedly, 60,200,000. He had only added 100,000 to the original bid. Good, good, good. Jin Shi shouted 3 times in a row. No one could tell what his mood was, but he really didn't increase the price again, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that this piece of profound gold was now in his bag. Treasure Trove Pavilion was obviously very satisfied with such a price. At the very least, a happy smile appeared on Ren Tianrui's face as he looked towards private room B13 and called out, "Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, this run will be counting down. And 60,200,000 going once, 60,200,000 going twice. 60 million. Just as Yang Kai was full of confidence and was about to let Qing receive this piece of profound gold, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he turned towards the source of this voice and couldn't help grinding his teeth, because he discovered that the one who had shouted out a new price at the last moment was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Lu Yi had been in the limelight at this auction. Even though he was standing in the hall, he had still been so generous, winning several items in a row and paying tens of millions of Saint crystals in total. This was not something a cultivator from a small sect or force could possess. Many people had secretly paid attention to him, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he had instead chosen to show off again at the last moment, which was completely against common sense. However, since the price had been refreshed, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to show weakness. Gritting his teeth, he called out his entire fortune, 70 million. On the high platform, Ren Tianrui raised his brow and cast an inquisitive look towards Lu Yi, as if he was expecting him to bid again. But to everyone's disappointment, Lu Yi only called out a price once before falling silent. Instead, he raised his head and grinned towards Yang Kai, his smile full of pride and sarcasm. Shit, he knows I'm here. Yang Kai's face sank as he immediately realized he had been fooled. If Yang Kai hadn't bid just now, this Lu Yi would have caused a lot of trouble, because he didn't have so many Saint crystals at all. It was only because he knew Yang Kai was here that he deliberately raised the price. But Yang Kai hadn't expected he would actually fall into a trap. Understanding this, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help becoming complicated, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Yang Kai wasn't distressed by the extra Saint crystals he had paid, but rather by not being able to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Lu Yi was a real pity. Treasure Trove Pavilion had its own rules. If one didn't have enough Saint crystals, but still tried to maliciously bid, once it was found out later, the bidder would be hunted down and killed. Having missed such a heaven-sent opportunity, Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. But very quickly, he smiled light-heartedly, and his mood calmed down. If one often walked by the river, how could they not wet their shoes? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, just wait and see. After the price of 70 million Saint crystals was called out, no one else followed, and after Ren Tianrui shouted out 3 times, this piece of profound gold fell into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it to the young girl, Qing before ordering her to go to the back hall of Treasure Trove Pavilion to hand it over. Qing obeyed. A moment later, another item was brought up for auction. It was actually a 9th order monster beast egg, and just like Old Woman Feng's Golden Thunder Lion, it was also an ancient variant. Although it wasn't as precious as the Golden Thunder Lion, it was still quite good. Such a good thing naturally attracted many people, especially those from Myriad Beast Mountain, who spared no effort to obtain it. After all, this was a 9th order monster beast egg, so as long as it was properly cultivated, it would likely become a powerful third-order origin returning realm master in the future. In the end, this monster beast egg was won by Myriad Beast Mountain, and the final price was neither high nor low, 36 million Saint crystals, a price that everyone was happy with. Next, several more items were brought up, each of which was contested by countless people, with the final price being several times, or even more than 10 times the base price, causing the cultivator in the hall to secretly click their tongues. Chapter 1379. With the last few items being auctioned off, young Kai naturally sat on the sidelines. All the Saint crystals he had obtained from Wuxia had been used to purchase this profound gold, so there was no need for him to compete for anything else. But having said that, although the last few auction items were quite good, young Kai wasn't interested in them at all. After a stick of incense worth of time, Qing returned with a jade box. She respectfully handed to young Kai and congratulated. "Congratulations, senior, for obtaining this item." Young Kai smiled and accepted it before opening the jade box to take a look. Inside the box was indeed the piece of profound gold he had seen before. It was about the size of a goose egg, and was pure gold in color. Although it had been sealed by a powerful spirit array, it still couldn't stop the pure metal attribute aura from leaking out. This aura was like a sharp blade that couldn't be underestimated. Describing this piece of profound gold as a sharp blade was the best way to describe it. Young Kai happily played with it for a while before tossing it into his black book space. The reason he needed this piece of profound gold was naturally to cultivate the body tempering secret art, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. If he wanted to cultivate this body tempering secret art, he needed to find all 5 supreme treasures. Of these 5, young Kai already had the Thunderwood, profound sunflower water, and Sun's true essence. Now that he had obtained this profound gold, all that was left was the earth attribute supreme treasure. Once he found all of them, he could begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Perhaps he could ask Treasure Trove Pavilion to help him keep an eye out for these treasures. After all, this great force specialized in such matters. Thinking so, young Kai secretly decided to visit old Sir Yin Pei after the auction was over. Thinking about it, the other party shouldn't refuse, as long as young Kai could afford it. In a good mood, young Kai naturally wouldn't be stingy. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded Qing with a few bottles of pills, an artifact, and mini Saint crystals. These pills were refined by young Kai himself, so there was no need to mention their quality. The artifact was given to him by Yang Yen, so of course it was an excellent artifact that was suitable for the young girl. Although there weren't many Saint crystals, only a few tens of thousands, for a cultivator like Qing it was enough to support her cultivation for a long time. Naturally, the other party was moved to tears. From below, Ren Tianrui's slightly excited voice rang out. "Everyone, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Many thanks to all of you for coming all the way here. And please don't be impatient. Although the auction is over, my Treasure Trove Pavilion has been entrusted by a reclusive master to ask all of you seniors for a favor." "Bratrin, what do you mean by this?" Immediately, an expert from a great force asked. Ren Tianrui smiled lightly and gestured towards the back, bowing slightly. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help grinning. There was no other reason. Old Black Face, Yin Pei, was actually strolling up the stage. "Haha, everyone, there's no need to be nervous. Since the auction is over, there won't be any more items to be auctioned. This Yin was only entrusted by an old friend to come here to discuss a matter with everyone." Yin Pei said unhurriedly. "What's the matter? If you have something to say it quickly. We don't have that much time to play dumb with you." Clearly, not everyone believed Yin Pei. They were still secretly vigilant. "My old friend wants to exchange an item with everyone here." Yin Pei didn't keep them in suspense. After smiling slightly, the space ring on his hand flashed, and he took out an item from it and held it up. The masters in the private rooms all released their divine senses and carefully examined the item. A moment later, there was a burst of exclamations. This is... No way, is there really such a thing? There's some residual emperor pressure in it, so it can't be wrong. I didn't expect the legends to be true. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai was also staring at the thing in Yen Pei's hand, a strange expression on his face. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed something, and turned his head to look at Yang Yen, only to find that she was also looking surprised. But her beautiful eyes were also filled with excitement and hesitation. Her two delicate fists were clenched so tightly that her nails were digging into her palms. But she didn't notice. A Star Emperor token! Mo Xiaosheng exclaimed. Brother Yen, forgive this old master for being blind, but is that the legendary Star Emperor token in your hand? Yen Pei smiled lightly and said, since Brother Mo has already seen through it, why bother asking this, Yen? Presumably, most of the people present here have their own judgments, yes? It's really a Star Emperor token? It's not a fake. If it was a fake, why would this Yen take it out? Yen Pei snorted lightly. This Yen and several friends from Endless Treasures Pavilion have personally appraised it. This is indeed a Star Emperor token. After all, the residual emperor pressure inside it cannot be imitated. Rumor has it that the Starry Sky Great Emperor refined 10 Star Emperor tokens, and each one of them contained the great divine abilities of the Grand Elder. Their power was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, move mountains and fill seas. Could this be one of them? Cheng Pengxian's voice was no longer calm, and was filled with excitement. If this was really one of the 10 Star Emperor tokens, refined by the great emperors of Star Field, as long as one could possess it, they would be invincible. The great emperors of Star Field were existences beyond the Origin King realm. There was not even a single Origin King on Shadowed Star. So who could compete with the divine technique sealed in this Star Emperor token? All the masters from the various great forces thought of this, and in an instant, all of them stared at the Star Emperor token with burning eyes, causing the atmosphere in Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction hall to become a little strange. Yen Pei observed everyone's expressions and knew that greed had arisen in the hearts of countless people. But he was not in a hurry and simply explained, this is indeed a Star Emperor token, but the divine technique sealed inside has already been activated, so please don't think too much about it. There was a faint warning in his words. Hearing this, many masters felt like they had been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and instantly calmed down. If this Star Emperor token was in good condition, only a fool would take it out, and Yen Pei wouldn't have made it public. It has actually been activated. What a pity, what a pity. Mo Xiaosheng's tone was extremely lonely as he sighed. Old ghost Mo. You still want to obtain an unactivated Star Emperor token? Aren't you thinking too much? Cheng Pengxian sneered. Does Brother Qing not think so? Mo Xiaosheng did not care and readily admitted. But Brother Yen, what do you want to do with this useless Star Emperor token? Someone asked. Yen Pei calmly said, although this Star Emperor token has been activated, it is not useless. After all, this is a treasure personally refined by the great emperors of Star Field. Not to mention the remnant emperor pressure inside it can allow you to comprehend it. Perhaps you will gain something from it. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is unable to identify the materials used to make this token. Perhaps some people know of other uses for this Star Emperor token. That being said, the value of such a Star Emperor token is not too high. I wonder what Brother Yen wants to exchange it for? Mo Xiaosheng asked after pondering for a while. Even if this Star Emperor token had been activated, it still had huge research value. So Mo Xiaosheng was not willing to miss out on it. There were many others who had the same idea as him, and one of them immediately echoed, yes, Brother Yen, all the sects on Shadowed Star are here, so you should be able to find what you need. Why don't you tell us and see if we have it with us? If not, perhaps our sect's storehouse has some. Yen Pei said lightly, what my old friend wants to exchange for is not easy to find. If it were really easy to find, with Endless Treasures Pavilion strength, they would have already exchanged for this Star Emperor token. Why would they bring it to this auction? As such, although there were many people here, Yen Pei did not have much confidence in helping his old friend exchange for it. What exactly is it? Let's hear it. Chengpeng Xian said impatiently. Lu Yin flying fire. Yin Pei revealed the answer. Lu Yin flying fire? Where can you find such a thing? The last time Lu Yin sand field opened was 400 years ago. Although it opened a few years ago this time, I've never heard of any sect's disciple being lucky enough to obtain it. There was a lot of discussion, and it was extremely noisy. Another master asked, wanting to exchange other precious materials for this Star Emperor token, and some even proposed to buy it with Saint crystals. But old black-faced Yin Pei simply shook his head like a rattle drum and repeated patiently, I apologize, but this Star Emperor token does not belong to my Endless Treasures Pavilion. This yin was entrusted by someone to exchange for it. As for Fang Yiming, other than the Lu Yin flying fire, I don't want anything else. Of course, if you can tell me where to find soul-cleansing divine water, I will also accept it. Soul-cleansing divine water? Brother Yin must be joking. If I had such a thing, I wouldn't even be able to wait to enjoy it. How could I exchange it for a useless Star Emperor token? Many masters were annoyed, feeling that the owner of this Star Emperor token was asking for too much. If there really was a Lu Yin flying fire, exchanging it for this Star Emperor token would not be a loss. But soul-cleansing divine water was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star's territory, and its value was immeasurable. Only a fool would exchange it for a used Star Emperor token. Inside private room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Yin glanced at each other with strange expressions. Others did not have Lu Yin flying fire, but Yang Kai did. Last time, in the Lu Yin desert, Yang Kai obtained a total of 9 Lu Yin flying fires. After using a few for himself, and giving 2 to Yang Yin, he still had 3 left. Yang Kai wanted to find some time to refine these flying fire, to enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea. But he had been busy with other matters, and had been delayed. Now, however, Lu Yin flying fire had played a role. When it came to Star Emperor tokens, Yang Kai was no stranger to them. He had 2 in his possession. One was given to him by the Origin King Realm Master Guizhu, and the other was obtained from Lu Yin Desert. However, the one Guizhu gave him was intact, and had not yet been activated. The one he obtained from Lu Yin Desert was the same as the one in Yin Pei's hand, but the sealed divine technique of the great emperors of Star Field no longer existed. Should I exchange for it? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his expression a little hesitant. He was qualified to exchange for it, but exchanging it for a useless Star Emperor token made him feel that the gains were not worth the losses. Exchange! Yang Yin decisively interjected. Oh, why? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. I don't know, but I feel that this Star Emperor token definitely has more than just the sealed divine technique of the great emperors. There must be other secrets. The other secrets were also possible. However, if he really wanted to exchange for this Star Emperor token, he did not necessarily need to use Lu Yin flying fire. From the other party's request, Yang Kai had some guesses and judgments, but he was not certain. After all, Lu Yin flying fire was of great help to enhance his conflagrated knowledge sea, so if he could save it, it would naturally be better. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded lightly, already having a plan in mind. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.